And you know what? In a normal council meeting, we open in prayer. I'm going to open in prayer today. So I'll be the one that does that. So shall we stand and pray?
Yes.
Heavenly Father, I thank you for who you are. I thank you for our council members. I thank you for our employees. I thank you, Lord, that we get to have the opportunity to serve this city. And Lord, as we have worked diligently on the budget, and then today review and consider and listen, Lord, the most important thing is that we have your wisdom. Lord, I know the desire of everyone sitting on this bench is that we make good decisions and that we operate in wisdom. So we just invite your presence, Lord, into the budget workshop, and we ask God for your wisdom as we make these decisions and consider how to move forward. And we thank you, Father, for your goodness and grace. In Jesus' name, amen. Shall we do the pledge?
We don't have a, oh, there it is.
We do. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So let's start with roll call.
Rodriguez?
Here.
Bruner?
Here.
Hogaboom?
Here.
Levi?
Present.
Haverfield?
Here.
And Scott.
As we open today, I'm just going to make a couple opening comments, and that just is that as we work through this process, and I think I've talked to many council members, we engaged in a very collaborative process with our directors, and I trust directors with employees. The charge was for stewardship and to put together a good budget, to watch our increases, and I feel really good about the collaborative process. The council instructed us to come forward with a balanced budget at a 2% increase, and I feel good about what we brought forward. Fortunately, we did have, because of new construction revenue, we did have some budget dollars to work with. With the process, we've got the 1% committed to streets, as we've all agreed to. The other 1% increase is applied to, I'll say, predominantly public safety. We did achieve the 3 firefighters that we needed, plus a new deputy chief of logistics. Within the 2%, if the council chooses to apply the $380,000 as noted in your packet, we would actually achieve 5 police officers, 1 CSO, and 1 victim witness coordinator, which is good. When I think about going with a 2% increase, what we've been able to accomplish out of that 2% increase, I feel really good about it. You're going to see some funds set aside for variances, and that has to do with the challenging Tyler environment. I think that we've mentioned it, and I know you guys have visited with Doug. This year, we had intended to get the budget to you 3 weeks in advance, but because of what we ran into with Tyler, very, very challenging this year, because it was the first year in budget in this new software system. And to our directors, it was challenging for them because they weren't able to see numbers. We didn't have our new employee Form 10s or our Form 50s, which is our capital requests. It was just harder to see. And I want to say thank you to staff, to the directors. Thank you for your diligence and for the work that you do. It's appreciated, and it's a heavy lift, and everyone was so collaborative and really worked hard to put together a good budget. So you know what? Next year budget, we will not have to do a manual import. We will be able to import numbers. It'll be much easier. I want to thank Doug. Doug began here, I believe, in February and literally worked every Saturday since he began here, with the exception of the weekend he had shoulder surgery, and then, as you all know, was back here on Monday for council. And so it's been a heavy lift. Thank you to Michelle and Ed. I think you all just met Ed this morning, who's new to our team. You guys have worked really hard. Michelle, for months, you were here every weekend before Doug came in during the interim, and you've worked really hard, and it's appreciated. We appreciate the skill and expertise of these 3 because Doug truly came in and created a team and worked as a team in a challenging environment when they were having to build a lot in Excel and then try to get it back into the Tyler system. It was not an easy task. So I just want to say thank you for your hard work. So as we said, our greatest investment is really into public safety and then streets. Increase in budget, you see, due to water, wastewater, work, grants, we're investing in streets this year. So we look forward to hearing from Public Works. And we have some decisions, and we'll review priorities, I think, when you guys come through with the transportation side of the Public Works. But one other thing is that we have applied a 2.5% increase to personnel, which is the cost of living increase, COLA. We've done that in the past. We went ahead and did it this year. I just want the council to know that I am committed as we move forward to really reviewing our system and our process in that. I think that we really need to look at a merit increase and not just applying a 2.5 across the board. Because of the transition into Tyler, even our evaluation component, that used to be an Multi-Pro, it's gone. We've retrieved it for institutional knowledge, but we're having to recreate and rebuild. The goal is that as we have that rebuilt in the Tyler system, that by next March, we will have gone through a couple of evaluation stages. Our directors will have the opportunity then to have some recommendations based on merit increases, but we will be doing it differently. I'm committed to stewardship with the city, and I had hoped to be further along than I am today and really digging in, but with the challenges we've had, especially in Tyler and with personnel changes, we're not quite as far along as I want to be, but I'm really excited to have Doug's expertise here with the analytics that he's going to provide as we continue to move forward. You know, when you work on something hard like this budget, there's always room for improvement. None of us are perfect, and you may see things we didn't see. I just trust that as we review the budget, we look for creative ways, right, to improve efficiencies, and that we, you know, do respect the work that's been done, but we're always open because you may see something we didn't see, which is always great. And I'm sure community knows this, staff knows this. The council has two primary responsibilities. Number one is budget, and that's big. The oversight, the responsibility is a big thing, and so I respect that, and I respect the will of the council. That's why we tried to bring a really good budget at 2%. And then the other thing is the ordinances and the reviews. And so those are heavy weights in leading a city. So I just want to say thank you, because you guys have spent hours reviewing this. You've had a number of meetings. Victor, you may win the prize, I tell you what, if there were one, because you have met with everybody. But thank you for the due diligence. I know you, Darrell, you were a little bit encumbered and made it difficult to get around, but thank you just for each one of you for the review and the consideration that you've done. So as we get started, it's like, here we go. It's going to be a fun day that's going to end with Mayor's Night at the Rodeo. Councilman Skog.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Fellow council members, my compliments to you and to the staff for getting us this report in a timely manner and for keeping it at 2% to start with. Thank you. That really helped to get it early. And then to staff, as you present, please help me by giving me a page reference. There aren't page numbers on this good book that I have. So if you say turn to the 4th page, it helps me. I'm not on the computer. I can get there, but I prefer to look at the paper book. So help me. If it's not on the overhead, just tell me where you're referring. And then also, you know, this kind of reminds me in a funny way of when I was getting married, ready to walk down the aisle, the pastor said to me, I was a little nervous, says, even if you fall down, you're still going to be married at the end of the day. So we're going to say stupid things. We're going to ask some stupid questions. It might seem to some of the staff, but at the end of the day, 2 days, we're going to have a budget. It's going to work. So let's go.
There you go. Thank you. Mr. Doug, would you like to, and I should say, does council have any further comment as we get started? Okay.
He's going to fall and kill himself here.
It's hard to know whether to work off a computer or a book.
Last night was mine, just on today. Mayor, council members, It's with a great bit of joy, a little bit of anxiety, maybe a bit of dread, and some gratefulness that we're close to ending this budget process. To help kick this off, I prepared a high-level summary focusing mainly on the general government. The other departments will present their information, but as I go through, my information this morning is fairly high level. I only have 10 minutes. If you have questions, feel free to stop me and say, what does this mean? Where do we go? And I'll answer the questions as we proceed through. Our budget priorities for 2020. As the mayor said, we came in kind of into a perfect storm. New system, new staff, expectations were high, capacity initially was low, but I think we got there in the end. So the total city budget of $192 million increased by $9.4 million over the amended budget of $182 million. From the original budget, it's up $20 million. The majority of that increase is coming from investment in wastewater, water, streets, police, and fire. In the general government, we were directed to create a balanced budget based on a 2% property tax increase. Inside that budget for general government, we have 17 new FTEs, 5 in fire, 3 in police, 3 in engineering, and 6 others spread across the various general government divisions. There were $2.8 million of general government capital budget requests. Out of those, we approved $1.7 million, or they are included in the budget, for police vehicles, code enforcement vehicles. The code enforcement vehicles, by the way, are both 20-year-old plus trucks, so they're not spring chickens. And the other vehicles are part of the fleet revolving plan that keeps us in good condition with vehicles without wasting money on purchasing too early or too late. There are fire facility improvements, IT capital improvements. This is critical to protect the city from ransomware, from cyber attacks, and from the growth we have in the data storage. Those are critical investments. And some investments in the Nampa Civic Center and the Fort Idaho Center, the roof, security, and lighting. The Sports Center roof was an old roof that is leaking. It's got little rubber grommets. It leaks. It's causing some challenges on attracting the events and protecting the people, so that needs to be replaced. Included in the budget, as the mayor mentioned, is a cost of living wage increase of 2.5%, and additionally, a contingency amount of $68,000. What we are trying to accomplish here is, in order to support workforce development and their review of the entire city staff, we want to have a little bit of contingency if we go through, if Bobby and his team go through and find out there are some wage variations that need to be addressed to put people on the, especially on the staffing level. We want to have some money to be able to make some changes there. But we don't have the information yet. We need to have that, that needs to be done systematically and with clarity. So we're putting some money aside to help cover that as we get throughout the year. Additionally, police department contingency labor of $380,000. This is not built directly into the police department right now, but the anticipation is that the council will see the need and the gain to the city's safety by taking that value and adding it to the city's, or to the police department's labor, as Chief Huff will address later. And finally, in the general gov, we have a Tyler contingency of $100,000. With the challenges we had in putting together the budget in Tyler, we got to a point on fire and police where we kind of gave up on the system. The labor structures and the wages were so complex, and the benefit calculations, that we did not know how to get Tyler to accurately input them, so we bailed and did a manual load of getting the values in there. It leaves us some degree of wiggle room in case in other areas we weren't be able to look in as much depth as fire and police. Maybe a position got missed. We have a little bit of a contingency to help cover that. This is not a normal practice, but I think it's a prudent one in this case to help us prepare for anything that we didn't see come out of the Tyler process. Now, I want to talk briefly about how we got to the general government revenues, the build. On the screen here, starting on the left-hand side, is the 2020, and then the 2019, and the increase or the decrease. So the property tax, starting off with this year, before increases, just based on the regular valuation, is $39.7 million. That's compared with $37.2 million of last year, or a $2.4 million increase. So that $2.4 million increase is primarily last year's new construction rolling into this year's beginning base. Going down and looking at the 3%, right now, if we put an entire 3% and comparing it to a full 3% last year, I know we took 2.75, but this is just how the system builds the data, we would have had property tax increases of 1.19 million this year as compared with 1.11 million last year. The levy rate last year in 2019 was 0.0079144464. The levy rate we started with this year, as per the directions from the Steve Onifray, was the 0.0073000528. I will get into the levy rate more in the next slide because it gets a lot better than that. New construction increased over $15 million from 2019's $177 million to this year's $193 million. I was advised by the county to be conservative on that budget because the initial numbers we got would decrease, and they did. The initial number was $197 million. Given the fact that I knew we were operating on a lower levy rate, I budgeted I kept our budget at exactly the 2019 levels. We actually came in, as you can see there, about 3,600 higher than the 2019 levels. So it didn't hurt the budget. We got in good shape on there. Annexations increased in 2020 from 19's 1.98 million to 2020's $6.78 million, an increase of $33,000. So that gives the total increase before we adjust for the percentage of $2.64 million this year compared to $2.538 last year. So an incremental increase in new monies, it's kind of like I'm stacking here, of $110,000. But if we look down on the second to last line, the less 1%, that's $396,000. So that we took out 1%. So the increase stated of $2.164 million is essentially a 2% lift compared with last year's 2 3/4 lift, or about $249,000 of additional money over the prior year. So the growth is slowly increasing over the prior years. And we were able to add $2.1 million into our budget for new monies. There were some additional funds from state shared revenues, sales tax and others. The sales tax revenue not reflected here was about an additional $382,000. Now, this is the tab I think most of you have seen. I prepared it for the mayor last Friday. I spent a great deal of time with Steve Onifray last Friday going over the Canyon County levy rate to make sure that I had this correct. And it really works out. I'm very impressed. Let me walk through this with you. This is residentially focused only. In Canyon County, Nampa, there are 25,652 parcels, residential properties. In 2019, our residential taxable base was $3.5 billion. Our commercial taxable base was 2.7, resulting in a total taxable base of $6.2 billion. The average residential taxable value, that's the taxable value after the $100,000 homeowner's exemption has been removed. The taxable value for the average home in Nampa is $136,915. Looking down at the levies, let's look at this closely. In 2019, we had an applied levy rate of .007914464. After working through our budget and getting the total numbers, at 2%, our applied levy rate would be .007043,070. So that's a significant decrease over the prior year, due primarily to two factors. One, the value of the homes in Nampa was increasing faster than our budgets, meaning we're not increasing our budget to keep pace with the home value. We're letting that home value rise up and decrease the levy rate. If we were to tax at 3%, the levy rate would be .007102,605. Now, those numbers are not set in stone. They will shift a little bit based on any changes that might come out of these council workshop meetings. But they'll be very, very close. They won't change markedly by anything we do. The difference between the 2 and 3%, you can see is you have to go out 4 decimal places before you start getting to real numbers. 4 zeros and then 59535. If I take that percentage and times it by the $136,915, I get $8.15. So a 1% increase in the tax levy increases the tax burden on the average home $8.15. In other words, a 3% tax levy would increase the taxes about $24, or roughly $2 a month if you go full 3%. That's the impact of the average. Keep in mind, this is residential. If I take that $8.15 and times it by the number of parcels, the 25,000, I get $210,000 rounded. That means $180,000 of our 1%, $396,000 value for 1% is commercial. So where that matches up with the percentage of the residential and the commercial tab. So this is the residential aspect. With that, I wanted to open with questions. That's a general summarized view. Are there any questions that I can answer for the council right now?
Mayor Kling, just a quick question. I picked up on, as far as contingency numbers in the general government, was Tyler, the wages adjustment, and for police, are those the only 3 that you have contingency numbers for, or is there additional?
Well, those are the only 3 we're calling out as contingencies. However, in the Tyler program, we do have funds to help us continue the development and rollout of Tyler as anticipated. And within those, we have a little bit of cushion for things that are unknown. Not a lot. I've got enough funding in utility billing to cover a couple of temporaries, because when we go live in the utility billing, we'll need to do parallel processing, which will mean we'll need to hire at least 2 temporary staff. So I have some of the funding to cover items like that.
In the actual IT budget?
Well, or where it's actually being done, in this case, utility billing.
Oh, okay. So I tabulate about a little over $500,000 for those 3 items.
Yeah, that's about right.
That's just something I'll just be watching as we go through the day.
Well, the intent was there. We got to the end of the budget, we realized we had, and this is part of my learning experience, my learning curve. As we got to the end, we realized we had more, because we were really focusing on being conservative and not over budgeting anywhere. We got to the end and we had more left than we thought, which is a good thing. It's a rare thing. So we thought, rather than just having me arbitrarily kind of remush the budget, let's put it in there and give the council the chance to help guide that decision.
The only other question that I have is how impact fees are tracked through this. As far as you had listed police vehicles, fire facility improvements,
Right.
Are any of those impact fee
None
available?
of that is impact fees. The impact fees, if the council approves additional staffing for the police, any additional hardware requirements that meet the impact fee standards, say 10 years of life, will be coming out of impact fees and will not impact any of the numbers I've talked about here. They will come from the impact funding sections which are separate.
Staffing positions would not.
No, staffing we
Right.
pay for from the general gov. The new equipment we pay for from impact. The vehicles I listed on the prior tab were coming from existing funds because they're replacement vehicles, not brand-new vehicles for brand-new staff.
Thank you.
And just a note for council, when we talked about this, typically we don't do a contingency. It has to do with the Tyler system. And so we have 2 in there, but, so no expense will take place without council approval. We will ensure that council is aware, if we have how we use that, we will ensure that council is part of that process. If it's not used, it's going to roll over into our reserves as savings, and which is important, because we do not have a savings mechanism within the city, and if it's not used, it's going to go into our savings, which is very important that we continue to build our reserves back up.
Right. I would add clarity that the thing that bothers me or concerns me about the future is our ability to continue operations in the event of an economic downturn. And right now, times are good. We've got great growth in the new construction. If that falls off, we lose that ability to fund new positions, and that will be a challenge. So anything we can put into these budgets that will be retained and flow into the reserves is a very good thing, as long as it doesn't impact current services and safety and so forth.
Just as a small business owner, that's, if I have a chance to save money
Yeah.
that's a good thing, because it is meant to be there for rainy day.
And that's, Mayor, that's the reason we drop these in these contingency reserve, because if we do not use them without your approval, they will roll over into that budget
Right.
for next year.
So it's just an eyes wide open thing. I just want to track it, so.
One other thing I just wanted to mention that I didn't put in the sheet was the health and welfare benefits. We know that our health and welfare costs went up about $1,024,000. I come from a health and welfare that's what we call health and welfare in St. Luke's background. So I was very familiar with that environment and was comfortable in getting some preliminary negotiations. And we were able to get the initial rate increase was 11, we were able to get it down to 6.8% and not increase premiums to city employees. That was a critical element that I want to make sure. We're trying to make sure that city employees are not hurt by this, and we're trying to manage it. And I have plans for the next year to hopefully make it even a little better. So with that, any other additional questions? I think I've overused my time.
Mayor Kling. Oh, go ahead, Bruce.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Eric, back in the downturn, that's before your time, and you may not have an answer right now, but I don't think we got into our reserves, even though we had to tighten things up quite a bit.
I couldn't say, but I do know from conversations that there were significant number of FTE reductions. As people retired, they weren't replaced in the fire and police department. I know that staff here did not take raises during that time. There were a couple of years they just said, rather have a job than a raise. So I'd have to look and see if we dipped into the reserves. I would bet to some degree there was some element of that. Even this year in good times, we're dipping into reserves for appropriate capital investments such as water and wastewater. But I can look into that and find out.
I'd appreciate that, thanks.
Sure.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you. Doug, I spent almost an hour and a half talking to Mr. Onofre yesterday on the phone. And the more he talked, the more confused I got. The levy raise is a difficult situation with all the factors that it included. However, one thing he did say, and one thing that you also confirmed, is the new construction is 1.4 million that we had last year.
Right.
Now, the 1.4 million, that's going to help. Does that help the levy rate to where whatever we do as far as this 2% or increase or lower, that's kind of a cushion for us, isn't it?
Well, it may not be appropriate to say it helps the levy rate. It probably softens it a little bit, but new construction monies are property taxes on new construction. So they come in at the old levy rate. And as to the extent that they increase in value faster than our tax rate, they'll soften the levy rate themselves. But they don't, that's not their intent. Their intent to come in is at the existing levy rate for new construction values.
Okay, so the other thing I was going to talk about is when in NAMPA last year, according to Patrick Sullivan's division, that we had a decrease in industrial companies and an increase of, what, 60%, something like that. Is that right, Patrick? Something like that, of residential.
Right.
So the residential doesn't help us that much as far as in terms of property taxes.
Yeah, you get more from commercial.
That's correct. So I was wondering, what are we are anticipating? Well, we can't anticipate, but I was wondering, what if you could switch that money around a little bit, or can you? I don't know that you can. Could you say construction, but you're not separating residential and business? Right.
So not switch it around per se, but do what I went back to is any way that we can budget to effectively spend conservatively and allow for some of the money to roll into the fund balance next year. That's what we want to be doing. We can't really. We've got a similar situation this year with Patrick. I know the residential applications are still strong. Commercial applications took a little bit of a spike just before the new impact fees go into effect. We don't know what they're going to be like after, but they were flat prior to. So we're just going to have to ride that horse and see where it takes us next year. But we can't really use that to impact how we plan our budgets. But we have to be aware of its change on what we might be able to budget in terms of future growth.
One other thing, Mayor, if I could. One of the things that you mentioned I wanted to talk to you about with healthcare. Had an increase of 11% over the last year. And unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of seeing reports from the broker or from the insurance company to see exactly what we're paying for. Yeah. In this plan that we have in this budget year, it looks like we're keeping the premiums down. However, it's making the employees pay more out-of-pocket expense. Mm-hmm. And so and I talked to you about this the other day, is that we need to find or rebid or locate more information about this insurance companies that will benefit the city of Nampa, because we're up, what, $2 million on insurance?
Well, $1.1 million on insurance. this
Right, right. But altogether, it's what, $2,052,306. And so with all the benefits. Now,
Okay.
the other thing is I would like to see that. Maybe we can reduce it somewhat. Number one would be the wellness program. And the wellness program here at the city of Nampa is not working.
See, one of the biggest, there are three elements that go into driving our healthcare costs up. You've got the cost of the facilities, the hospitals, the healthcare, then you've got, which is up about 5%. Then you've got the cost of the pharmaceuticals, which is up about 7.5%. Then you have the third, probably the next most important is our experience factor. What is going on within our, healthcare is segmented into risk pools. And we're in a kind of a small risk pool because we've got 400 employees. You take St. Luke's with their 15,000 employees, much larger risk pool to spread costs out across. So what the actuaries do is they look at our risk pool, they look at our experiential rate of claims, and the change in the population, the demographics of our population, and they project forward what it's likely to happen next year. And that's what we've done. We had a slight increase in experience claims last year, and that was half of the increase we're seeing in this 11%. So if we can make a more robust wellness program and bring that back down, we can start to mitigate.
Okay.
And that said, we are committed to reviewing our wellness program and
Yeah.
enhancing that program and moving it forward. This year was just an interesting
Yeah.
past year, but we're going to get there. It's absolutely a
It
focus.
should be noted that our Health and Welfare Benefit Trust is very healthy. It's a little over twice the limits that DOI wants us to have, so we're very healthy in there, and that gives us some leeway next year to leverage that to bring the rates down again.
So Mayor, this is just, were you ready to go, Councilwoman? You look like you were ready to, and whenever you're ready to talk, I'll let you. Okay.
Okay, so we'll do Councilwoman Levi next, or,
Okay, then I just had it off. I'll go
or did?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3. Here we go.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mine is just a quick question. Where is this in our packet?
I just created that Friday.
And I just handed copies off to be made, and they'll be here in just a second, so that you each have one.
Thank you.
The reason I did that Friday is because we start off with one levy rate to begin the process. But until we get our budget build, we can't calculate the levy rate. So now that the budget's built, I can recalculate the levy rate.
Thank you.
Who is next?
Yeah, it's kind of just a general question, education for me. And so do the actuaries take into consideration the age demographics?
Oh, yes. Oh,
Okay.
yes, they do.
So as city workers or whatever
Yeah.
age?
They do.
And do you have any idea from what
I
your
haven't
past
done-
background, what that factor is at all?
I haven't gone through the detail report to say exactly what that is.
Okay.
I don't know that I want to be honest
So
with
us
you.
old guys better be productive, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's a rationale.
I'm not on the health benefits, but that's, yeah.
Well, at the other places I have worked, all of the health and wellness programs have required us to meet certain standards: cholesterol, blood pressure, non-smoking, BMI, body mass index. And we need to move to that level here in order to get those health standards to drive improved numbers. Personally, I saw my own, my blood sugar dropped, my blood pressure dropped, my weight, BMI dropped, everything dropped, and it was largely because I wanted
Yeah.
to get those discounts they offer.
Well, just curious, because once I turned 65, my coupon, which I didn't even know I was getting a coupon for one pharmaceutical I was using, because I was not on Medicare and I turned 65, that coupon was no longer. So that drug I was getting for $10 all of a sudden went up to $90 per month. So I just, so don't get old guys out there. No.
I've overused my time, but I am glad to answer any more
All right.
questions.
Councilman Hogabolt.
Just an educational question. So if you go back to the first page, I believe in the presentation, maybe the second page, page 2.
This is the second page.
Oh, sorry, page 3. I meant besides the title page. Okay. Just for education's sake, so the property tax that you have listed in 2019 is the 37 million, and then in this current budget year that we're considering is 39.7. The variance is as you listed, 2.4 million. However, the 3% is based off the aggregate total. However, the total increase is 2.5 million.
Yeah, about that.
So explain the percentages, because the average layperson sees a 2.5 million increase, and that's actually 6.6% increase in the property tax portion.
Because of the new construction.
Okay.
That's what's driving it up. If you look, you recognize that a 3% property tax increase is $1.1 million. $1.4 million is not an increase, it is just taxes on new construction.
Gotcha.
That's why it looks like it's higher than 3%, because it's new. If those new constructions would have been built into last year's value, you'd see a zero on the $1.4 million, and you'd see a higher, the 3.9 would be $4.1 million. I mean, it's just starting
Thank you.
point.
I appreciate that explanation. Just
Yeah.
for the people saying that we're
Oh, sure.
doing a double increase over the 3% allowed,
No.
that the perception is the new construction. So maybe as a separate
But this is
line
what-
item. I know it's under new construction, maybe under the new construction levy, but then the
This is-
base plus the new construction.
That's where it's critical to recognize going forward. Let's say in 2 years, what if that new construction drops off to a half or third of that?
Yeah.
Our ability to fund new growth will be severely impacted.
Thank you.
And Councilman Hogaboam, thank you for that reference, because I hear what you're saying, and it's really a matter of how we project that, so it's easier to understand.
Yeah.
So we can talk about that for next year, how to present that, so it's really clear.
Mayor Kling, one last question. Just for clarification then, the proposed for 2020 with a 2% increase, the levy rate is 0.0073?
No.
Or is that with
Is-
3%?
In the middle of this page, where you see the FY20 levy rate at 2% is .007043. That's at 2%. At 3%, it would be 0.0710226. And
Right on your last page.
It's the last page, and what happened, Councilman Haverfield, is that it shifted in the process. Once he got the real numbers, and it actually went down even further than the .0073.
Okay. So
and
it's
it
actually,
really is, and again, part of it is my learning curve, and part of it is the fact that I couldn't have calculated this number until we had the budget done. So,
it's
Mayor
good.
Kling.
That's all good.
okay.
So Doug, if we stay at 2%, the community will be paying, or somewhat, best guess estimate, $16.30.
Yeah, about right. That's
At
the average.
2%,
Yeah, that'd be the average.
right.
Annually.
3% is 24.45.
And that's annually.
Yes,
Annually.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Annually.
correct.
thank you.
All right. With no more questions, I will step away.
Thank you, Doug. So we are behind. We may catch up, or we've already discussed shortening our lunch hour, so we'll get caught up by afternoon, if not before. So Public Works, Tom, thank you. We've got, he did provide us a hard copy. We all had that at our seat, and so should have what we need. Morning.
Morning, Mayor, Council. We're excited to present our budget. It's been months in the works, and the team's put a lot of work into this. And I do want to thank Doug too. He's always worked really hard to help us get there. And mayors, he's asked some really great questions. And just always want to I want to thank the council in general for your support over the years and asking good questions, good solid questions, and helping guiding us in our programs and all your support. So thank you for that. And then Jake, I want to acknowledge Jake. He's did most of the heavy lifting here in the budget, and we've got the entire team here, and they all had a piece in this. And Jake did all of this PowerPoint here, so I thank him for all the work he did there. So we, Public Works, we knew that the 2% overall was the goal, and we looked at this budget and came in looking for creative ways to get there, and just ask for what's needed. In streets, we did ask for the 1%, and we didn't want to ask for a 3% because we know that there is other needs in the city. We have police, we have parks, we have fire, we have other needs, so it's not just streets. So The 1% was deliberate ask because we know that there's other needs there. So in our budget process, we're focusing on the future. We're always looking forward on what's needed. We're not just looking at this year, we're looking multiple years into the future. And these are plans that we've developed through our master planning for our utilities, our wastewater, our streets. So a lot of what we're going through today is information you've already seen and talked about. We're just following our plans. So we'll go ahead and get started. So what we're going to do, introductions, like I said, our entire team's here. I'm going to do the majority of the presentation. I'm going to have Daniel come up and do a little piece, and then Jeff will do a little piece about transportation. And if there's any detailed questions, I may point to the group back there. And then also, we've had 9 sections to get through. So we got administration, engineering, fleet, airport, water, irrigation, environmental compliance, wastewater, and streets. So format of this, we'll go through each one of those and pause there for questions if you want to ask any questions about any of those particular budgets. We're going to talk some about our strategic initiatives and public works, some of our major things we want to get done in 2020. And then we'll talk about our SWOT analysis, our strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats. And then lastly, we'll go through some accomplishments that we've got in 2019. So our initiatives really tied to the goals of the city. You know, first of all and foremost is customer service. And then within that, our budget is revolving around public safety, infrastructure, and economic opportunity. Those are some of the goals of the city. Those are things we've heard the citizens want us to focus on. Some of our major initiatives we'd like to get done in 2020 is our wastewater plant upgrades, so continue on construction of phase 2. Transportation congestion improvements, that we've heard that from the citizens as a focus. We've raised the impact fee, and I'm excited when we get to the streets portion. We've got a lot more projects coming in 2020 than we've ever had before. So we're gonna get some dirt turned and some intersections done. So that's good news and exciting. Another thing we're looking at is Indian Creek floodplain study. So we've made some great headway on data collection upstream over at the Indian Creek Reservoir, and also working with the irrigators and the drains. So we're going to carry that forward into 2020 and continue that model. And then airport master planning. That's another big initiative for us on the future of the airport. So on our strengths and weaknesses and opportunities, so one of the things we think we're good at is planning for the future. Like I mentioned in the beginning, we've got all our master plans in place. And then also we've got, besides just at our infrastructure master planning, we're also master planning our employees. So we've started to develop workforce plans and what we look like 5 years in the future. So we have that done for transportation and engineering. Another thing we think we've done well is coming up with a funding plan for streets that's incrementable and achievable. And then this year, you know, with the budget and asking for ways to be efficient and how to fund things, I think the team's done a really good job of coming up with innovative ways for cost efficiencies, like using brine, and then doing residential chip seals and the tire rotations, doing things in-house that would normally have to contract out. And then another good thing that we're proud of is where we're at today with our water reuse program. That'd be putting the wastewater into Phyllis Canal, and we're hoping to get that permit this year, and there'll be more work to come on that. Some of our weaknesses are building space. You know, Nampa's growing, our teams are growing. We're running out of water space in our water department, fleet, and streets. So, you know, when we come for asking for something from council, we always come with a funding plan. So we don't have a funding plan identified yet for these buildings and facilities. That'll be next year. But that's one of the weaknesses we have today. We're still working on that. Another one is we know we need a new airport terminal. Our terminal is aging, and our airport is growing. It's not serving the needs today. So that's another area. We're looking at how to fund that, and we'll be back with some ideas for you. And then stormwater funding is a challenge. We have millions of dollars of assets under the ground in our stormwater system, and we do not have a dedicated funding source from that. So what we have to do to fund stormwater is pull water out of our streets budget, which means less congestion management work. It means less pavement management work. So there are opportunities. It's going on opportunities. There are opportunities later. We can talk about specific stormwater funding for that asset. Some of the opportunities we have are external agency partnerships. We've got really great partnerships with ITD and the Napa Highway District, all the highway districts in Canyon County, and all the cities. Every quarter we meet with all the Treasure Valley Public Works directors and their teams and talk about what's happening in the valley. And those are great opportunities to network and collaborate on ideas. And some of our threats, environmental regulations, we can't necessarily control all those, but we do keep an eye on those, and we weigh in on when we can in the public comment periods. And then changes in IDO code. Those are another one that we need to keep an eye on what's happening in the legislature and what affects the cities. So we are growing. Here's a graphic showing our projections. We're at 100,000 now, and we're projected to keep on growing well into 120, 130,000. And again, while our planning that we have with our master plans and our workforce plans are accounting for that in our budget. This is just a reminder of our asset management. We'll bring this up some more later. We have 7 zones in the city, and this is really a no-cut payment policy. So we go through and we do the data collection in each zone. We go in and take care of the utilities the next year, and then we pave, and then we seal coat, and then we stripe. And the idea is not to go cut a brand new pavement or investment that we just put in. So within Public Works, the team has come up with this project ranking system. So we have our master plans that identify every year we should be doing this much work to maintain our system. Well, today we don't have the funds to do all of the work that's called out in each individual year. For water, for example, or irrigation, for example. The funds just aren't there. That's why we've been incrementally asking for rate increases to get us there. So when we don't have enough funds to cover what's needed, what we use is ranking system here to come up with what's the top priority out of that list, out of that bucket. So, and the top one is safety, and we use a multiplier there. And then the capacity of the system, the condition of the system. Is this going to have an economic impact, and is it companioned somehow in the importance of it to the mission and vision? So we use these and score them, and that's how we help. It's a data-assisted decision model. Okay, so here's the Public Works budget high-level summary. Let's see if I can get this to work. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Sorry about that. Okay. So the first column is the total budget request for each of the divisions. The second column is the fund balance usage for fiscal year 2020. And then the next one over is the actual fund balance that we have as of today. So we're taking fund balance in some of these categories. The very last column is the general fund impact. So you see some of these have general fund impact and some of them don't. And the reason that some of them don't is they're enterprise funds like wastewater, irrigation water, for example. They don't have a general fund impact. So if you add up all these together and you compare the general impact budget to the total budget, we're about 4.6% general fund funded. So about $4 million in that green box. A couple other things I just want to point out is you see some of the larger budgets are water, wastewater, and streets. So this ties back to our 3 main initiatives down at the bottom there. So streets is public safety and infrastructure, maintaining the infrastructure. And then our wastewater improvements, that's public safety, but economy is, it really, you may not think about this, but the wastewater plant is an economic engine for the city. If you don't have that wastewater plant, it's going to be hard to develop the density and bring in industry and jobs. And then water is public safety as well, because we're out there providing clean drinking, safe drinking water. We're out there testing and making sure it's a safe system. Here's our where we're spending the money in percentages. So 57% in capital expenditures, 27 in operations, and then payrolls 16%. Okay, here's our expenses compared from 19 to 20 in each of the departments. And then on the far right is the percentage of the total budget in each of the categories. So you can see that water, irrigation, and streets are the top 3 percentages. So we're going to talk about Public Works Administration first. And administration is myself and Jeff and Nate, Sherry, Jake, and then so we're, what we do, we provide customer service, we oversee the budget, we develop policies, personal management, planning, records management, and then setting the mission and vision for the department. So funding and focus, you'll see this as a common slide throughout all of the 9 sections. We're going to talk about funding, how it's funded, and then what our focus is in these various areas. So in administration, we are funded through an allocation, which means that we oversee all the programs, and so we have some of our administration is covered by enterprise funds, so water, wastewater, streets, and it's just allocated out based on the percentage of time we spend in each of those. Even airport has a certain percentage back to administration. So what do we do? What's our focus? We're focused on leadership development and communication. We also have Tiffany McKee in our section. She's our public information coordinator. So that's really what we focus on, communicating and providing leadership and leadership development. Okay, here's our salaries, benefits, operations, and total expenses for 19 to 20. Salaries are up a little because we're actually shifting a position over from engineering to, see engineering's salaries go down and this one go up because we're shifting an admin person over to that, to administration. And I think that's the main difference there, as we get into this next slide. So the personnel request, we had an admin assistant 2 that was shared half between engineering and public works. And then so when that position was vacated, we decided to take that out. Engineering didn't need it anymore, and so we just took the engineering funding, moved it over to Public Works, and made it an entire Public Works employee. It's really no net change over the Public Works budget. It's just shifting money. We weren't sure quite how to explain that, so we just went ahead and put it as a new employee here, and I'll answer any questions you have about that. So that was the end of administration. Did you have any questions?
I heard you say, do we have any questions now, but then you kept talking, so I didn't know if it was appropriate or not. When I was looking at, through the packet that we originally received, I counted at least 7 new full-time employees being added to the Public Works Department, so we can get into those later. But the one that you're talking about here, administrative assistant, the value that you've got in there as far as salary, does that include benefits, the number that was given to us, or is there benefits on top of that?
Yes, Councilor Haverfield, that $56,000 a fully loaded rate, so it's salary plus the benefits.
Okay. All right. So, again, it's just support role. It's not an engineering tech or anything like that. It's just more administrative support.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Tom, as far as your seven that the engineers, the other six that you want, those employees will be paid mostly by enterprise funds, right?
Yeah, Councilor Rowder, yes, that's absolutely correct. So, if I'm trying to recall, we'll get to them all when we get to the slides, but we have 2 operators in the wastewater plant, which is according to the facility plan. You know, we're adding more to the plant, so we had phase 1 is done, so we're gonna need more employees. That's enterprise funds. Nate would like to have less Brown and Caldwell program management and hire an in-house engineer, so that's another one that's funded by wastewater. And then let's see, what's the other ones? Engineering, so engineering, we had a workforce plan. We're just a 5-year plan like I talked about. We're just following that plan. We're reducing the amount of consulting, bringing in in-house staff. So we had an engineer in training to do project management, and then we had another tech that we wanted to do some design with. And then there's a GIS tech that's related to Tyler, which is actually, that's an enterprise funded as well because it's for utility billing. Utility billing is funded through enterprise funds. So really all these new positions are enterprise funds or cost savings. They're through the allocations. The general fund impact of these positions is minor.
Yeah, and so I think that was my point, is that we separate from the enterprise funds, we really don't have to pay for those, so they're already paid for, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Kling, one last question. Since we're on the topic of wastewater, can I ask when the RFP will be ready to be released for the phase 2 upgrades?
Fall, is that right, Nate? End of September. End of September.
Thank you.
Mayor, one question. This may be premature. You may be going to get to it. So do we have any projections as far as the net savings by hiring in-house compared to contracting outside consultants?
Yeah, so the workforce plan was to, over a 5-year period, we would save $3 million.
So we're still, I know that's what we heard previously, but we're still sticking to that figure.
Daniel's coming in every quarter and been giving a report on, these are the projects that we're doing in-house, this is what it costs, this is what it costs us, and reporting out that savings. And we're developing a dashboard on that, make sure we do what we said we're gonna do.
Good, thanks.
Yep.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay,
Okay?
move to engineering.
Engineering's next. So as I was saying, engineering is funded through the allocation. Their function is to design and construction oversight of all these projects, which include water, wastewater, irrigation, streets. So they allocate their time back to those enterprise funds, and that's how these positions are funded. Some of our focus is in-house project management and design. So we just talked about that. We got a 5-year workforce plan. We're going to start doing more in-house and hire people to do some of the work. We're still set our goal of 100% project delivery. I think that's extremely important that we continue to deliver these projects. Even through this transition phase of doing more in-house, we have to get the work out the door. We have a focus on transportation congestion improvements. We've got about 3 times more intersections than we normally would have in a given year to present to you later in the streets section just for 2020. So we're going to have a lot of dirt moved. And then engineering has a lead on the Indian Creek flood study as well. Daniel is he's the floodplain coordinator. So those are some of the major focus this year. And really we think that all the services that engineering provide hits all of the public safety, infrastructure, and economic opportunity. Okay, so here's the numbers for engineering. compared 19 to 20. So I just want to point out a couple things. So you can see salaries went up just slightly, and some of that was due to we shifted some people out of this directly into streets. So we had shifted Claire Bowman into streets. So you'll see the streets budget up a little. This one's down a little. Jeff, we moved him over to streets, and overall the budget is less than what we asked for last year, which is good. Some of those reasons are we had a building rental in last year's budget. Since we're buying the building over there on 12th, we didn't need that amount anymore, so that's why it's a little less than last year. And then we did some, also there was some salary savings with the whole shift of the Public Works leadership. We had some salary savings there, which was some of the changes. So that's good. We're down below what we were last year. And here's the new positions, which I touched on. This is part of the workforce plan. You get the VIT as a new hire for project management, engineer tech. We want to bring in somebody to help us start doing CAD work in-house. And then our GIS tech is really helping out with the Tyler processes in the utility and billing sections. So you'll see this as a common format too when we go through this. We'll go through the personnel first, and then the equipment, and then the projects. So we always, we got to fund the people first, and then the equipment to do the job to maintain what we need to do, and then we fund the projects. So these are the loaded rates of the various people we want to hire. And equipment requests, we've got a light duty SUV. This is to add to the fleet. We're adding more employees. And then we got a total survey station. So that's the survey station that we have now is outdated. We need to replace that. And then real-time kinetic drone is, it's a survey grade drone. So we can go, when we build a new road, we can go fly the new road, and it'll pick up the valve lids and the manholes, sidewalks, all the assets there, so we don't have to go out in the field and physically go get that information.
So Tom, who gets to fly that? Is Daniel going to be
Daniel
out there?
gets to decide.
Okay, I just
He's going to
curious.
do it safely, though.
So Mayor Kling, to follow up on the interruption by my co-counsel, that individual has to have a certified flight instructor, or it has to be a certified pilot, correct?
Well, I know that they need training. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but I will make sure that we get that. So.
And that can't be an interface with the police department because they have their own drone system and pilot. So that can't be an interface between the two of you?
It's a different technology. So they're using it for the camera. We're using it for a survey. So it's a different technology.
But there's still flight restrictions by FAA that you have to follow. So I would imagine that individual has to be trained properly.
Yeah. So we got Monty in our airport. He can make sure that we
Oh, there's your
follow all the
pilot
rules.
right there.
Yep.
So Tom, I was just looking on your equipment request that is here and going back over to our capital request and what we had a recommendation as funding. It appears that the survey station and the drone were listed as medium, and I think we only funded urgent and high. Is that correct? So,
Jake.
I'm looking to.
No, I think what we did on that one, because the effect of these, when you looked at the net cost of the city, it was like $6,000 to $10,000 because they were paid for mostly by the enterprise fund.
so we went ahead
decided
and
to
put
go
them
ahead
all
with
in.
them. Right.
Okay, that's right, because of the enterprise fund side. Okay, I just was looking at the medium. Thank you. Okay,
Mayor
thanks.
Kling, if I
I couldn't
could.
remember.
I want to go back to the personnel request, the GIS engineer and training engineer tech too. Are these wages within the realm of what they do in the Treasure Valley? I mean, are they comparable to Boyce Meridian or Caldwell, or are they above or below?
Well, Well, these are, again, these are loaded rates, so like the GIS tech, for example, it's probably 40,000, 42,000 annual salary, and that difference is the wages. So we have done a lot of work looking at the engineering on the wages, and we've done some work in the GIS, and we're getting closer on the GIS. The state, I believe, is a little above us, and some of the other cities a little above us there. And I know that when Bobby gets to his presentation, they'll probably talk about, he wants to look across the board at everybody's wages, and that's what maybe that was that 68,000 that you just talked about for the allocation. Maybe that's what that goes for. But I believe we're pretty close. And the engineering is a very difficult one to keep up with right now, because anything related to construction, the wages just keep going up and up and up, and it's hard to find people. We're finding that right now with just even trying to hire according to our workforce plan, to finding qualified people. So we're constantly keeping an eye on that, and we're right there. I believe we're close to where we need to be. We're probably a little below, but we'll look at it again.
Do these numbers include benefits, or are they separate?
These numbers on this sheet right here conclude the benefits. So
Okay.
engineering training, that's going to be about a 60,000 annual salary. The GIS tech will be about a 42 roughly. The engineer tech, somewhere in the 50s.
Okay.
We just want, these are fully loaded rates.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions on the engineering? Okay, we'll move to fleet.
Okay, fleet. So funding and focus. Actually, this is probably the biggest general fund hit on the budget is fleet, and a lot of it is we put in when the police are asking for vehicles, we put those vehicle dollars to purchase in the public works budget. So, and those are usually general fund dollars. So, but we also do have some enterprise funds that come in because we do purchase vehicles for streets and wastewater and irrigation and everybody that needs their vehicles. So the focus of fleet is continuation of the fleet plan. Doug's done a great job of figuring out, how to get the most out of that vehicle, and then before you dispose it, before you buy a new one. So we're continuing that plan for Public Works. We've got a police plan, and we've helped Parks with their plan, and we're going into year 3 of that. And also, Jeff and Doug worked on a workforce plan for fleet, and they determined that their salaries were below the standard across the valley. They looked at other mechanics like the state and what other counties are, and they were a little lower. So we wanted to try to make that right and invest in our employees. So we said, well, how are you going to do that, and how are you going to fund it? Well, they're going to do, instead of hiring out these services, we'll do this stuff in-house. We'll do the wheel alignments, emission testing, and the police retrofits. So you can see you got quite a few police vehicles that we're going to be working on. Instead of hiring that out, we'll do that in-house.
Mayor Kling, I was going to ask that question. We talked about it last year, I think, or the year before, about doing our own emissions and testing. So is that a policy that we've been able to accomplish already?
Yep, we're doing it right now.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so here's the fleet numbers. See the salaries up some. Doug went through his operations and cut as much as he can out of there. We're up 87,000, so that 87,000 would be the cost if we were going to hire out all these services. And so instead of paying for the contractor to do that, we're investing that back in the employees since they're doing it in-house. If that makes sense.
So Mayor, just a quick question, maybe it's for Doug, just education. How do salaries go up and benefits go down? Is there something
wage,
Plays into that or what?
wage increases.
Just the wage increase.
Wage increases, but
that correct?
also what could be impacting it is this is the first year we've been able to, this is one advantage Tyler does have. This is the first year we've been able to specifically charge the budget with the benefits related to each individual, because you can have me with a family or somebody else as an individual, we have each didn't have benefit charges. In the past, it's been an allocated average. This year, we're able to be more specific at it, so it could be a combination of both.
Okay. I just hadn't seen that much before. Usually they both go one around. Okay.
Mayor, if I could, since we asking some questions right now before the end. I had a question about this. It seems like the reallocations of operational savings to salary adjustments are entirely justifiable. Fleet's doing a tremendous job. However, the concern I had was the rate list in our packet was some increases between 8 to 15%. I just had questions about who determines which employee gets what, whether that's Doug, whether that's you, whether that's Mayor, whether that's HR, what sort of analysis is being used to determine which employee gets that. The other concern I have is other employees in other departments might be seeing the operational savings being reallocated to salary adjustments and wondering what mechanism they might have for the same sort of consideration as far as a matter of equity. So can you speak to those concerns?
Sure, good question. So Jeff went through a detailed analysis, and I think he brought some of it if you have more detailed questions, but he looked at all the agencies. He called all the agencies that we knew across the valley that had mechanics, asked them, what are you paying those folks? You know, Napa Highway District, all the counties, everybody. And, you know, said, well, we're about 8 to 15% lower than, and then so he went through each one of those and then recommended the change. And then we talked to HR, so we talked to Isabel about it and kind of worked through it, make sure that they looked reasonable. We talked to Mayor and Doug about it as well. And so it was based on a market analysis. And then as far as other divisions doing the same as us, I think that, I mean, I don't know that they couldn't.
Well, that's why we mentioned earlier that we're going to be doing a wage analysis. We've put in some contingency for that. We've had a number of employees over the course of this last year leave the city for higher paying jobs, whether it was with another municipality or the private sector. And so it's been 2 years since we've done a wage analysis, but in the last 2 years, we also have had such a low unemployment rate. So what we want to do is ensure that we retain employees. We don't have to replace employees because the cost to the city to replace an employee is far greater than if we were to have given them an increase. Right. The other thing that we realized is that many times, and Victor brought this up a couple months ago, that our employees that are not at the top of the pay scale sometimes are at the lower side of their wage range. And so while we began this analysis within Public Works Division, we will continue the analysis throughout the rest of the year working with workforce development.
If I could just add a couple more things to that. So streets, for example, has lost on average in the past 5 years 1 employee per year to other agencies. We've been training them up and they go to Napa Highway District, somewhere else. So it's this is something we've been wanting to write because it does cost a lot to train these folks up, and we want to retain them. And then we've also found out, just talking to some of our crews, that they have 2 jobs in order to make ends meet. And I just, you know, that kind of breaks my heart a little, honestly, to hear that some of our employees have to have 2 jobs just to get things done. So we want to try to take care of these folks, but be equitable and be fair. We don't want to, you know, we want to be competitive, but we're not looking to be number 1 in the valley on the pay. We're just trying to be there with something that's reasonable.
Well, that's appreciated. My concern was whether there was an internal process, and I could have asked that leading up. It was one of the questions I forgot to ask, and it seems like the consultation with HR, the mayor, Doug, my concern was that you just don't have department heads over budgeting in the budget. There's savings, and then it becomes sort of a discretionary slush fund to hand out bonuses to whatever employee they deem a fit without some sort of internal process. So that was my concern.
Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
We would not do that.
Yeah.
And we do have an internal process, and it's part of the the process that we're going through in ensuring that we've got the right wages for the right positions. And we'll do that across the entire city. I think it's important to do, but it needs to be done the right way. So,
Mayor Kling, if I could.
yes.
This might be a question for Doug, but I'm going to ask you, though. You know, we have enterprise funds. They use funds primarily for those designated areas. Then we have the police, and then we have fire, and then we have, but here's what I see. The fleet service is the hub of everything. If those gentlemen don't fix our vehicles or work on our vehicles, or Doug doesn't track all this stuff, nothing gets moving. You're on your feet. So similar to the administrative allocation that everybody pays, all departments pay for those divisions, is any part of that what you guys are doing for the fleet service? I mean, don't you think that we all should be helping them do their job a little easier, quicker, for more equipment, for more buildings? You see what I mean? Is that something that you, that's a new idea, but I'm just wondering, because we're losing them, and I took my vehicle in to get fixed, and right off the bat, just smiling at me, they said $100 to get in. These guys are working less than that, and they shouldn't be. And once we train them, then it's tough to keep them. And why should they stay here if we can't put up their salaries?
I'm not, Jake, we don't do an allocation for, or we do? You want to come in? You can come in, Fred.
I guess what the percentage is that's being done, and does it go to wages?
So, Mayor and Council, you will see this slide here, they do have transfers in. So all the work they do for enterprise funds, they do allocate back from those funds back into fleet. So those enterprise funds are paying for their way to use the fleet department. In terms of putting those directly to salaries, it all just goes to the bottom line.
The bottom line of what?
Of fleet budget.
Oh, I see.
Councilman Haverfield.
Just a quick question. As far as when you do your wage analysis and you look at cost of living differences between Boise and Nampa, is that factored in? Or are you just looking, that's what their salary is, this is what our salary is, and they should be equal? There's a quality of life difference, and there's a cost of living difference, as far as I think, as well, that might be lost in that comparison.
Well, Councilor Haverfield, we didn't necessarily go to that detail because I guess we're looking at more of, that's our competition that we're losing people to. We want to be competitive to that.
But that's, I think sometimes that's where we get lost in the comparison, trying to be equal. Sure, people are going to take other opportunities that might be afforded to them, but others are going to choose us because of the quality of life potential and the value of their homes being maybe a little bit different here. So I guess I follow what you're saying, but then I don't necessarily totally agree with the logic. So that's why I brought it up.
Councilman Brunner.
So Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, though, I take it, I mean, I have no idea, but I take it some of the losses that you're having in streets and so on, these individuals are maybe still living in Nampa or Caldwell and then just working in Boise, Meridian, et cetera. So their cost of living is.
Possibly.
But so their salaries are higher. I'm just saying that potential.
Yeah, but I've driven into the sunrise and driven into the sunset every night coming home as well. So, I mean, there's.
Yeah, that aspect, yeah, the
I
traffic.
would like to say, though, there's no requirement of residency, and they may live in Boise.
Yeah.
But the reality is what we, so just, I want to share two things. One is, we are committed to stewardship. So I think there is a perception, and you have it a little bit when you're not within the city that, oh, good grief, our guys get paid a lot, why does the city get increases? And small businesses aren't afforded that, right? And then people are concerned about taxes, and I totally understand that. The challenge is, and it's statistically proven, the cost to replace an employee is far greater than retaining one at cost to the city. And so trying to find that wage equity, because they may live in Middleton, they may live in Star, they may live in Caldwell, Boise, Meridian, any number of places in the Treasure Valley. Overall, the cost of living when it comes to a gallon of gas and the grocery store and the total cost, it really, it's not a whole lot different, housing values, but even taxes. So I think the key is we've got to retain our employees, because to be training employees to have them leave is not where we want to go. So trying to find that balance, but I certainly understand the perception, and there is a huge perception, and so it's a fine balance that we're trying to get to.
And Mayor, I mean, hopefully we are doing an analysis indicator on each department. I know we, as a council, have talked about police and fire, how the turnover has been pretty minimal. So I would think each entity would need to be looked at on its separate basis.
I fully agree. Yes.
Which goes in line with your thought of where people live and where they work. Police and fire are a great example of a lot that don't live in Nampa just because, it's just part of their vocation. They just choose not to be living here and trying to police people on a daily basis. But back to the merit pay increase then, I think that has something we do need to talk about next year as we look at the fiscal year 21 budget. But I guess back to the point of being a small business owner too, when you start looking at businesses coming in and drawing away from other businesses for employment purposes because there's a low unemployment rate in Nampa, the same thing I face is people leaving the private sector to go into the public sector because they're being paid a lot more than I can afford to pay. So, I mean, there's that draw out of what is your support network taxation-wise. If the businesses don't thrive and the public side is, then, you're losing your tax base. So we have to be careful in that as well. But I'm just looking after my own interests when I make that statement.
You know what I'm thinking as you're talking, though, Councilman Haverfield, I want to use first names, so, is that's why this local governance is so important, because we're sitting here made up of small business, of all the different sectors, and that's we have to maintain that insight, right? That's good.
If I could answer Councilman Haverfield, you mentioned if we took into account the location and the quality of life. We did look to similar cities, Twin Falls environment. We looked at Canyon Highway District, Nampa Highway District, adjacent entities that we're competing against folks. I tried to stay away, honestly, we tried to stay away from the Boise salary structure because it's much higher. There's some outliers that we looked at that just didn't fit. So I feel like it's conservative based on, we looked at several areas that we still are below the median. I mean, when you compare to those.
And that's what I asked, but I didn't get that answer. So I appreciate your clarity on it.
Thank you, yes.
One follow-up question, the net transfers, the allocations, there's savings to other departments. So while there's billing going on, as Jared was referring to, there's the prevailing rate in the private market would cost greater than what's being billed out, if I understand.
Yeah, so we did take a look at the private sector also, because that's part of, we have a large car dealership draw from the area, and so we did some private shops, and I mean, there's benefits to that as far as dollars per hour. We also have benefits here that would be a draw too, but they're substantially higher as far as our wage rates, from $26 to $30 an hour is pretty typical for a technician.
And I think what you were referring to is the cost savings to the city by doing our work in-house versus sending it out. Right, and so that isn't necessarily captured, but there's considerable savings to the city because of the efficiencies and the cost that we have on having our own employees.
Yeah, and okay, so I apologize for not answering that correctly, but another, on that same line, Fleet wants to add body work and painting. And so we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on claims and sending it out. Eventually, as part of our funding plan for our fleet building, is adding those type of services where we can save money. So
You can open up that. Council members are employed by the city. I've got a '67 Camaro. I'd love to have you work on it.
Talk about self-interest.
Yeah, totally self-serving.
Yeah, and that's because we have such a good crew. They're super versatile. They work on all sorts of equipment. It's amazing, so.
Does that include motorcycles?
They can do motorcycles.
Yeah, and Doug, a fire engine could always drop on a Camaro, no problem. Right? There's are accidents, yeah, okay.
It's not self-serving.
I just want to close by commending Doug and the team at Fleet. I got a chance to tour, and the morale's good with the employees there, and I know that they'll appreciate an increase in pay. And part of the questioning was just verification, and also to just provide the cost savings justification for the adjustment. So, and I trust your work. So, thanks for answering all the questions I had. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good job, guys.
Okay, excellent questions, thank you. Let's see, where were we? So, in your slides, you have the personnel. We're not adding any personnel in Fleet this year. And seems like equipment request is next. So here's we talked about some new police vehicles. We have 4 patrol cars, 2 K-9 units, and then 2 motorcycles. So we'll outfit those all in-house. And then Fleet's got according to their fleet plan, need to replace their light-duty pickup. They used to run and get parts and do field repairs. And code enforcement has asked for 2 light-duty pickups that are ready for replacement.
Are these new vehicles?
Yes.
So are these subject to impact fee? Pardon? Okay.
So
And-
I'm sorry, Mayor, so the 2 K-9 vehicles are replacing, so you're doing away with those, okay, just as an example, thanks.
And I can't speak to all those vehicles, but I do know on code enforcement, I believe I asked that question, and I think that was that a 1998? It's old. But we will have to, their vehicles are old in code enforcement, but we will have to retain one of them. We won't be able to, we'll retain 1 plus add 2. So I don't know if I'm in the right area as far as the age, but they're definitely.
We have a 2000 and a 2002.
Oh, okay, so a little newer than I thought. Thank you.
Those being critical vehicles, the 10-year threshold is great.
Yeah, we're almost at 20 on the one.
So Mayor, just curious, what kind of mileage do we put on those per year, code enforcement?
I'd have to check.
Okay, that's fine, not a big deal.
Mayor, Council, I recollect reading in the big book. When I said the big book, it's the binder. We don't have page numbers, as Councilman Skog referred to. So, but if I recall, was it the K-9 units or maybe the patrol SUVs? Was there a cost increase because there's some equipment that wasn't going to carry over? Could you just maybe briefly
Mayor and
speak to that?
Council, on the impact fee vehicles, if new positions are approved, normally when we replace a vehicle, we'll transfer the police radio and their Wi-Fi hotspot out. But if it's an additional vehicle, those components are not included in that. So we have to add those too. And the police radio is about $5,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Kling, Doug, don't go away yet. So can the code enforcement pickups be purchased or with impact fees?
Mayor and Council, those are the replacements. They would be a general fund impact.
Oh, okay.
Not an impact fee.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
Are there any
It is
questions?
from growth, yeah. Yeah, it should be from growth, but it's not.
Any other questions for Fleet? All right, so on to airport.
Airport's next, so our goal is to be the best little airport that we can be. That's what we've coined our phrase in our master planning. And I believe we're already there, but Juani's doing a great job. What's really cool about the airport, it is totally 100% self-sustained funding. We don't have to have any general fund money come in. It's funded through lease rates, our hangars that we own, those leases, the grants, and then the property taxes on the ground that comes back to the airport. So that's pretty cool. I've talked to some of our neighbors about their airports, and they don't have that. They have to supplement it. So it's a good job to Monty, and he's been. On top of that, he's been able to get the fund balance up over the years to start talking about getting some of these major projects knocked out. So that's really, really good. So our focus, master planning, that's what we're working on. this year, trying to wrap that up, and we're looking at expansion. So where we want to have, we have a demand for hangars and hangar space, so that's something we're looking at in our master plan, is where to put it and what kind to put in. And as I mentioned, another thing we're looking at is a terminal that's getting older. We don't have a funding plan for that yet, but I'll be back next year with some ideas for you. Another focus is land acquisition. So we have a runway protection zone over there by Garrity and Kings. We've got some buildings and that intersection in the runway protection zone. So we've got some grant funds to purchase that and work on that. And then Jeff and Monty worked on a workforce plan. Again, same idea, do some salary adjustments for the crew there. And then what they're going to do is in-house mowing, because last year we bought a tractor for them, and then do more grounds maintenance that they've been hiring out, and then do in-house grant writing. We've been consulting some of that work out. So here's the numbers for airport from 19 to 20. Check my notes here on some things that we're doing. We're using some of our fund balance for some grant match that's coming up. Our operations is down, you see quite a bit, and a lot of that was we had some pavement and building repairs to do last year that we're done with now, so we didn't need to ask for that. If you look at the bottom line, we're down 60,000 in our budget request compared to last year. Monty would also like to add a half-time administrative coordinator, and this person will help, as I mentioned, we want to do our in-house grant applications, so they'll be helping with that. That'll be their main function. Our capital requests. So this is the airport funds. Looking at $200,000 towards the runway protection zone over there by Garrity and Kings. We got some funds for legal and negotiations for that land. We got some grant matches there, and we got to replace an old hangar door on one of our city-owned hangars, and $35,000 for that. And then we got a grant for some taxiway lighting and navigation equipment. So that's just our grant match portion there. Another grant match for taxi. And here's our grants. Here's our land acquisition for the RPZ zone. Federal amount at $1 million. And then $150,000 for the navigation systems. And then it's like $13,000 on the taxi lane construction. So that's it for airport. Can I answer any questions?
Yeah, Mayor, couple quick question. The fund balance portion of the funding for fiscal year 20 is $489,000. I was just curious. I forgot what is the fund balance in the airport fund, because that's a big chunk of money to fund the 2020 budget. Reimbursable. Okay, that clarifies, because I was wondering how that's being replenished. So it's reimbursable. Okay, thank you.
So Mayor, go ahead, or do you want, go ahead? No, just two questions. Maybe this is a Monty or Jeff question. So what's our average revenue on a new hangar? Do we have an average revenue?
Monty, go ahead and come up. That way you're on the microphone.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I know there's been a lot of proponents out there that say, hey, let's put in hangars, even really nice hangars, and where they can sleep over or whatever. And so anyway, I just
we don't sleep over.
sleepovers.
A typical 3,600 square foot hangar right now, with typical amenities, a bathroom and a pilot's lounge, is right around $70 a square foot, I would guess, probably. That's what it's been. It was $40 a square foot 5 years ago.
Man, okay. So, and then just second question, and I think I know the answer already. So with the land acquisition and so on, that's not going to really benefit as for being able to bring in small jets that possibly would rather not land in the Boise area, but in a smaller airport, that's not going to provide that for us,
and
correct?
Our master plan has shown that we have a 5,000-foot runway, and that's sufficient for our traffic.
For the future traffic that you're,
Right.
okay.
Right. The RPZ, the Runway Protection Zone, the land acquisition is the southwest corner of Garrity and Kings, that old chicken farm. We would like to own that ground there. The FAA would like us to control that ground.
Okay, thanks.
Not that intersection. Sure.
So, Monty, could you speak to the fact that one of the reasons why we are have a positive cash flow has to do with our rental? The lease, it's the hangars that we have built and own as a city and the fact that we lease them. And then talk a little bit about when we are leasing the ground in these hangars that are being built and sold, actually, the only revenue we get as a city is the ground lease. But what's really important to us long-term is actually having hangar space. Am I correct in that, or would you like to speak
No,
to
that
that
is
and correct
That
me?
is correct, and the master plan is showing that our number one need is hangar space. And in order to stay in front of the curve as far as our revenue and expenses, it would behoove the city in the future to build additional city hangars.
Okay.
Approximately right now, 60% of our operating revenue is coming from city-owned rentals.
Okay, so follow up, Mayor, if I may. So what's our ROI timeline on us building a hangar and then as far as having it paid for?
That can kind of, it depends.
I mean,
on
I
the kind
realize
of
it's a
hangar you
projection.
build, but a typical, like a T hangar, which is the best use of space, is probably anywhere from 7 to 10 years.
7 to 10 years to be paid for, then it's income after that. Okay.
What's important is looking down the road to long-term sustainability of our airport. And it would be kind of nice if we could build our own hangars and sell them, because there's a good profit in that. The ones that, we're talking the different hangars,
So not leasing, but just actually selling outright?
well, and not the T hangars, but the ones that have been built on closest to Airport Road. That row of hangars there that are the land is being leased, and then we have private companies that are building and selling them to someone else, and they're making the profit on that. But we'd be competing against private industry, but that's where the money has been. But I think that we do need to long-term be looking at investing in some T hangars, and in the master plan it speaks to that because it's the long-term sustainability of the airport. But Monty, you're doing a great job. We are so thankful that you are here and you've chosen to be here and stay here. Thank you for your leadership, and you and your team are doing a great job.
Well,
Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions?
Just to verify, we are not trying to accommodate larger jets. I know there's trepidation and fear among the residents
there.
there.
It depends on density altitude. We've had some pretty large jets in. We've had 15 passenger jets come in. Garth Brooks is coming in. I don't know if he's going to come into Napa, but his jet could probably come in. We've had a Dassault Falcon 4 come in. Pretty large jets on a good day.
Yeah, but not the bigger jets. That I think Councilman Haverfield was at that meeting. There was a lot of trepidation and fear in the community over one of the schematics that was on the website, and has that been completely and totally put away?
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
I think the
Okay.
runway length
Yes.
has been determined to be sufficient for our.
Good. I didn't attend any of the follow-up meetings after that initial meeting, so, okay, good. That's what I thought.
The follow-up meetings went very well, and people understood that we are not extending the runway, and that the master plan has indicated that our runway, as you just said, is sufficient. So,
Very good.
but Kenny Chesney came in and landed, and so you've got some nice jets that can come in and make it.
Oh, absolutely.
Yep.
Mayor Kling, thank you for the clarification as far as on the airport hangar. The lack of having enough out there is definitely demand for. But is your thoughts that the city would be getting into a position where we're looking to build buildings? Because that would probably have some pushback because of there is quite a few out there that would love to build buildings and sell them out. But, so I guess that would be a topic I'd like to talk to you as a sidebar. But the one thing that was pointed out, which I wanted to make sure that council was aware of, is the RPZ runway protection zone that we're looking to purchase is only for protection of the end of the runway. It's not to extend the runway. So.
And I guess I should clarify, I don't think it would be wise for the city to compete with private business.
Right.
In what I suggested, I just commented, it's kind of nice because there's definitely a profit. Where I think the city should look at investing is in the hangars like what we are currently leasing that we own so that we have a long-term revenue stream, which is a very different hangar style than people are actually building and selling.
And
So
you
it's
can-
very different.
And you can look, if we're going to carry the conversation, you can always look at somebody else building it. We still own the ground that it's on. If any point in the future that they want to sell it, we have, I think, the first right of refusal to purchase it. So it's their dollars that built it, it's not ours. But we could obviously pick up maybe some hangars when the economies dip down too, instead of paying a premium today. So anyway, that's just further logic. But I know where you can find an architect if you need help.
There you go.
Yeah, there's a balance to be found between T hangars, box hangars. Box hangars are maybe a 3,000 or 3,600 square foot hangar where an individual will own, and they could put 3 or 4 aircraft in that one hangar. Whereas a T hangar is just individual spaces.
And so I'm sorry, so you were storing approximately, I mean, how many planes are we,
Well,
do we have
over-
capacity
we have
for, I
just
guess?
yeah, we're definitely at capacity. We have over 300 based aircraft.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, okay.
Yeah, and our wait list for hangars is extensive. It's 40 or 50. It's a year or a year and a half to get a hangar. So that's why we have a push to build hangars at the moment, and we're running out of land with the master plans identifying areas to build.
Well, I'm thankful we have the best small airport around, right? Thank you. Thank
And Garth Brooks, we'll see him in a couple of days, right?
I'll get a picture. Okay. Thank you, Council, Mayor.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, if there's no further questions on airport, we'll go to water. Okay, so back to our funding and focus slides. So water is funded through enterprise funds, and specifically the enterprise funds are rates and hookup fees. Another funding source is development, and when a new subdivision comes in, that developer has to install whatever water lines are needed to serve that development, and then once it's built and constructed and inspected and it's safe, it becomes the city's asset. So it's another funding source for water. Water, we provide public safety, infrastructure improvements. We have a lot of focus on maintenance here lately and maintaining what we have. We have an aging system and economic opportunities. We can provide water for jobs and industry. So pipeline replacement is a big priority for us, and here just a couple of weeks ago, that's why we're asking council authorize the 9% for the increase on water to maintain our aging infrastructure. Another focus is our elevated water tank. So over there by the 11th Avenue overpass, we're going to replace that tank with a larger tank that will give us the capacity that we need. Meter replacement. So the city's gone through and we've put in some automated readers. We do not have the entire city done yet. Our initial plan was we're going to take this in chunks and do it over a 7-year period. So you'll see we wanted to do that sooner. So we wanted to get that done in 3 years, and the reason is because we're concerned that if we keep extending it out longer and longer, by the time we get done, the technology is going to change and need to be upgraded again. So it would be much more efficient if we just got the meters done. So we added some dollars into our budget. You'll see that when we get to that slide to go ahead and get those meters done. And then utility impact fee is another thing I want to talk about. And so part of utility impact fee is a new thing. If you look in the details of your packet, we've got some planning money to figure out what a utility impact fee could do to help us in each of the categories. You have it in wastewater, you have it in irrigation, you have it in water. And so I just talked about these 3 funding sources up here. This could be a 4th funding source. Your total cost to do business remains the same. You add in this impact fee, and now you've got you can drop what you're asking for on one of those other three that are up there. So for example, maybe the rates can go down, right? And so it's a little bit, there's a lot to look at there because there's Idaho code that you cannot use an impact fee to correct an existing deficiency. So we need to define what we have today in that level of service and identify projects that aren't increasing the level of service, but just maintaining where we're at. Did you have a question?
So, Mayor, is there another municipality that you've looked at that is already doing this?
There has not. So that we've asked the rest of the valley, and they haven't done that yet. Boise's considering it. They haven't yet. I know that Lewiston is considering it, but it is an Idaho code. It's allowable, and we want to tread lightly and make sure that we do this correctly with the court cases and with the hookup fee, and that we're not double dipping and we're accurately doing this. So that's why we do a little study on it and see if this is a benefit for us. But as far as I know, Nampa would be the first to do this.
So is this in Ann's expertise? Is she looking at this for you, or how are we evaluating?
Yeah, she will, when we get to the point that we need to do the public meetings and run through all the calculations, we'll use her. Right now, we need to find the level of service first.
Okay.
And then look into the codes and make sure that we can identify projects without double dipping into the hookup fee. So this is just phase one of it, but I think there's some potential there.
Thanks.
Yeah. So, and then we'd like to kick off our master plan. So it's been about 6 years since we've done a water master plan. So there's some funds in the budget to do that again. So here's all the numbers. You have these in your slides from 19 to 20. In my notes here, I just want to point out our rates, revenue's up a little bit. Our hookup fees are up a little bit. You know, we're a growing city, so that makes sense that we would have that. Operations line item, you see, went up 1.4 million, and a lot of that is those water meters I was talking about. To install the water meters, the automated ones. And then the increase in the capital, that's the rates that we asked for to do more water line replacements so we could get closer to our 3 miles per year goal of replacing water. This is Jake's financial forecast. I think you've seen these before. So we've got blue is our revenue, red is the expense, and then the green is our fund balance. So you can see that we're going to dip a little bit into fund balance to get some of this water meter work done, and then rebound back in these about 2023. This is a picture of Garrity over there on the left. So you know, like we need to continue to replace water lines, and then this is an old pipe that we pulled out of downtown there. So you can see we got a lot of old pipes in the ground. Garrity wasn't an old pipe, but that was kind of an anomaly. But this is these funds are to help with these types of repairs. Just a reminder, here's our rate forecast. So we just went through the 9% public hearing. And I appreciate council support on that 9%. The good news is with our plan and projections, we can start. I'd really like to get to the point that we're just asking for a CPI, so a cost of construction materials. And we're getting closer there. It's 6% is the CPI today on construction materials, and we're starting to go 8, 7, getting closer to that 6%. So that's good news. We talked about the impact fee. So the total. Actually, we forgot one. I had an error on our slide. The total cost is actually more like $127,000 to do the level service study, start looking at the impact fee and seeing how that works with our utility. So we wanted to split that into 3 categories. So it would be water, wastewater, and irrigation. Personnel, here's our list in your packet. We're not proposing to add any new personnel. let's see, where was it? Equipment. We got 2 light-duty pickups and a Kubota excavator. These are all replacements. Yep, replacements. You have a map in there of the proposed projects. These are maintenance projects or projects needed for them to maintain the fire flow. This is a list of all those projects on the map with their cost. Got your elevated water tank, your pipeline replacements, north side water main. So the north side interchange is going to be replaced by ITD. We are a utility, so when we're in the way of construction, unfortunately, we have to move just like any other Idaho Power. So our water line is not deep enough to come in the wrong spot, so we have to move that out of the way of prior to construction. Got our 8-inch water line replacements, that's a maintenance item. Middleton Orchard Utilities, so we're putting in some water lines ahead of the Nampa Highway District. Nampa Highway District, that's their intersection, and they're putting in a signal this next year. Smith & Yell rebuilds, that's a design. And program contingency, I want to talk a little bit about program contingency. So program contingency is, we brought this concept up last year, and what that funding is for bid overages. So if any one of those projects come in over bid, we would use that contingency. If we have an emergency, like Garrity, for example, we have another Garrity, hope we don't, but if we did, that's where we would pull it from. This is one of the larger contingencies. It's more like 8-9%. Because we find we have a lot of water line breaks, and that's just we just do. And you know the other categories, we have these program contingencies, but they're more like 5%. But if we don't use that money, it just goes back into the fund balance and goes in fund balance, and we look at it again next year. So that program money gets decided by. We have processes in place. If that needs to be used, then it's Public Works Director authority to authorize that. And Jake helps us track where we're at with those.
Madam Mayor, can you update me on a little bit on Coyote Springs well? Is that out by Cherry Lane?
Coyote Springs
what's happening out
is
there?
11th and Cherry, somewhere in there. And Daniel may know more specifics exactly where, but.
Mayor, Councilman Skog, Coyote Springs is a development that was originally started back before the crash and then was done a few years ago. We negotiated with them for the city to extend the lines from just north of Birch Elementary up to their development, and in exchange they dedicated a well lot to the city. And we had originally planned to construct that well a number of years ago, and when the Valley View School District came in and said, hey, we've got this site out there, and we looked at the fire flow needs there, they were higher, a well was needed there more than the one at Coyote Springs, and so we built well 20, and then this is just as we continue on, the need for that well has come, and this is design work on that well. Construction will come in a later year.
Construction, how far out, do you think?
We would be doing design this year and likely construction next year.
Thank you.
Councilman, is that where you're building?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Is there any questions on water I can answer before we go to irrigation? Okay.
I don't see any. Here we go.
Irrigation. Again, back to our funding and focus. You got the same 3 irrigation rates, hookup fee, develop or installed lines. Some of our focus is new supplies for all the growth. How we've been doing business is when we need a new supply for irrigation, we'll have a developer build it for us. And it's a regional station. We connect it into our system, and then we reimburse them for that cost. And those, we have hookup fees that help pay for that cost. you know, and when we look at our impact fee utility study, we may want to change that, but that's another thing to consider. Another thing that we've heard from the customers, water quality, so we're continuing to add filters to clean up the water. And then culvert replacement is culverts are actually funded partially through streets and partially through irrigation. So, and we'd like to do a master plan for irrigation as well. Here's the numbers on irrigation in your packet. Again, the rates and revenues are up a little. We're using less fund balance, and you'll see in the next slide why, because we're starting to approach our minimum amount. We need to back off a little bit, and that's why we want to do a master plan. We need to relook at where we're at with irrigation rates and hookups. And yeah. So back here's our slide, Jake's slide on the. We're doing pretty good for now, but what's happening is culverts are partially, stormwater's not funded, right? It comes through streets. Culverts, we don't have a funding source for those. So when we have a major culvert that's near failed and we need to go in and replace it, it's taking a lot of our irrigation funds. So in the past 3 years, we've had some major culvert replacements, like the big ones, 8 foot, 6 foot diameter. They're about $500,000 a piece. So we just have pipes that are reaching that age. Every year we've been finding another one in the zone as we go through it. So we need to look at our master plan. We need to look at, bring back some ideas like in the beginning of our slides. That's one of our focus areas, our weakness. We need to find some way to fund these stormwater and these culverts. So it's, you know, when a culvert goes out, it comes out of streets, so it's less congestion money, less pavement management money, or it comes out of irrigation, so it's less maintenance that we're doing on the system.
So Mayor Tom, and I'm not very knowledgeable, so the pave over, I mean, those folks, commercial and so on, are not getting charged stormwater wise, right? You understand what I'm saying?
For the irrigation, we don't have a stormwater fee today.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have a stormwater fee.
Okay, I mean, that's a little different subject, but is that ever a potential in the future?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so you're in the master plan, we're looking at possibility of that.
Right, and we can look at
revenue standpoint.
You know, paved ground versus unpaved ground, because we have all that data for the irrigation rates. So that, yeah, we could look at some sort of tiered system. But that's okay. Jeff has that in his funding plan. You know, after the registration fee, that's phase 3. We're trying to take all this in phases. So this is the percentage of increases. This is the first time you've seen this. I just had Jake put this together. What is it going to take to right this ship on the irrigation? And there's some additional increases and then back to a CPI over these years. You know, if we get a stormwater utility or we do something with the impact fee and utilities, that might change that. But that's just give you an idea. Here's our projects, and here's the projects listed out with the cost. So you see at the top of the list, Orchard and Elijah drain culvert replacement. So there's that $500,000 large pipe that needs repaired and replaced. The rest of the projects are mainly maintenance projects, and except for our SCADA upgrades, we're adding SCADA to collect data on our irrigation pump stations, 20 of them, so that's going to help us make better data-driven decisions on water flows and usage. Any questions?
Mayor Kling? In looking at the financial forecast, just so that I'm clear, the fund balance as it sits today is about 4.2 million?
Let's see, today, yes, that's correct,
Okay.
Counselor.
So in the projected forecast going forward, we drop that down so that it's a minimum of 2. Is that the benchmark you want to stay above slightly?
Yeah, yes, Counselor Haverfield. We determined 2 million, and really that's the cost of a pump station went down. We needed to replace one. We just want to have enough to be able to do that.
So as we go forward, and your thoughts about as far as culverts and those things, does that affect these charts if we were to increase? Or I guess you talked about maybe an irrigation impact fee in a sense, but a fee associated with that. So this will be a conversation that we'll have every year as we look at how we adjust these things going forward, maintaining at least a $2 million fund balance.
Yes. So next year when we come for rate increases, we'll bring this back up, and hopefully we'll know more about if a utility impact fee could help us and have more solid numbers.
Okay, thanks.
This is, yep.
Tom, what other cities have irrigation, that the city is actually providing the pressurized irrigation?
City of Meridian. Caldwell has a system, although it's not 100%. They do have some gravity still. Boise is, nothing in Boise.
So how are they doing it in Boise?
Domestic water.
It's domestic water. Okay.
Domestic water, yeah.
So the cost of their domestic water's got to be higher because they're using that for lawns.
That's fair.
Okay. The reason I ask is I'm concerned about our cost of irrigation because it is high. It's considerably higher than, I say that moving in from not paying irrigation fees to moving in the city where you're paying irrigation fees, it's expensive. I can't imagine needing to add additional increases besides where we are today. So yet then again, we have an infrastructure that we have to provide. So that's a really interesting, it's a balance that I don't know how to figure it out, but we need to be talking through that because there's a service expectation, but the cost of it is substantial for irrigation water. So I think that's something I guess I want to ask you. We need to sit down and really talk through that.
Yeah.
And our Board of Appraisers, right, will also look at that, and maybe that's an area of focus. I know we're going to look for efficiencies and cost savings. And so I have to say, I'm concerned about the added cost to the citizens when we're continually having to increase our rates to provide service. Yet we have a responsibility to provide this service, and there's such a fine line in that because people want service, they want quality of service, they want it now, but then again, we don't like the fee of providing it. And so just that said, that as I think about the increases, when I think that we already pay plenty for irrigation, let's sit down and talk through this, the team, and figure out how do we do this? And is there something creative that we can do to figure it out? I don't have the answer to it, but and I appreciate the fact that you're willing to explore.
Absolutely, Mayor. Yeah, we definitely want to talk about it, and our creative way of trying to get this done is through the utility impact fee or stormwater.
Mayor Kling. So do you know the difference between Napa's combined rates of water and irrigation versus Boise's water?
We had that slide last time we did that. You remember what it was, Jake?
I think we did, though. It's still, Boise's quite a bit higher.
Right, and that's my point. When you're looking at irrigation water not having to be potable, which is drinkable water,
right.
It's a lot different than Boise's, where they're sitting, especially during drought years, using potable or domestic water to water their lawns. That's the problem that California is having because it's privatized, and Suez carries the water requirement, and it takes care of the water problems in Boise, but their rates are increasing. We are, and that's part of the quality of life, I think, that I point at in Nampa that's unique and I really like is the fact that we have a separate irrigation system. We might have a few more weeds in the yard because we broadcast it in the water, but it's manageable and it's a lot less money associated with that. But I think what you're seeing is a separate number for irrigation where they don't see that in Boise. They just see tremendously high water rates.
Well, in the stewardship, from an environmental standpoint, the fact that we are using the irrigation water is much wiser use of our water resource in the Treasure Valley, especially as we move to the reuse permit into irrigation, that we can actually reuse water for irrigation. It's from an environmental standpoint, it's absolutely the way to go. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions on irrigation before we go to environmental compliance? Okay. Environmental compliance, so they oversee wastewater lab, and all the testing and the safety standards that go along with that, and they help with our stormwater permit and our discharge permit for the wastewater plant. So they're overseeing all the permits that we have with the regulatory agencies. Their funding source is from wastewater enterprise funds, and also they collect some erosion and sediment control permit fees. So their focus is data quality. We have a new stormwater permit for this year. One of the things in the budget you'll see is a rain garden, and so this is, let me explain what this is. It's $60,000 is what we put in, and we wanted to fund it through streets, not wastewater. You'll see this actually come up on the streets budget. EPA has been funding our, and this would go in Lakeview Park. This is something we've talked with Darren about, and it's a kiosk, and it talks about environmental stewardship, water quality. It talks about storm drains, not dumping things down into storm drains. The EPA has been funding our outreach program for stormwater for quite a few years now. And they've probably spent 3 times that amount in consulting to help fund our outreach programs that our team does. So this was kind of one of the unwritten verbal commitments that we would put in this rain garden in exchange for that outreach program that they're funding. So some good news about this, $60,000 is what we put in for your consideration. We put that in the budget, but Nate and the wastewater team and I have been talking to everybody that we can think to talk about a reuse program. And we talked to Trout Unlimited the other day, and they like this idea. They said, "Oh, we want to be part of these types of projects. This is right up our alley." So they're going to help us look for some grant funding, and believe they have some. So I don't know what that grant funding is today. We have this in the budget as a place mark, and as we find out more, I can come back and talk to you about these grants. But there's some grant opportunities from some of these agencies and special interest groups for this. So another fact is that we are a growing city. We got a lot more construction. There's 30% increase in erosion control permits compared to prior years. So we'll be asking for an additional person to help cover that workload. And then we're also increase lab sampling, and we're planning on doing some more lab sampling in-house. So here's the numbers from 19 to 20. Probably the biggest change is the new FTEs. So we've got 2 new FTE requests. These are all funded by wastewater enterprise funds. And let me get to that slide. So this, if you recall, we've got a facilities plan for the wastewater plant, and the facilities plan looked at construction, but also looked at operational costs, and also looked at what's it going to take to staff all of the new things that we're putting in. And so the facility plan over time has bringing in people. So we're following our facility plan. So we're bringing in a lab manager, and then we also looked at the erosion and sediment control, and that it did say that we could use one there as well. So that we're just following our plan on the staffing.
So Tom,
go ahead.
You may be asking the same question, but
No, I'll find out.
okay. So I want to first apologize for not asking this question before right now. But
Sure.
as I'm looking at our revenue, we're saying that we have a 30% increase in erosion and sediment control permits, but we don't reflect an increase in revenue. Can you help me understand that?
Let's see.
Would be a Jake question probably, but I apologize. I didn't catch it earlier, but I'm just looking at it right now. And if we do have a 30% increase, we should have an increase in revenue to offset the increase in our staffing, the cost of our staffing.
I guess maybe Jake was being conservative and didn't add that in, cost in there, but that's you're right, there'd be some increase to help offset that.
So needless to say that, you know, I think about the building department as an enterprise fund, right? And so those permit fees are funding the cost of providing the department. I mean, a substantial piece of that. So here, it appears that the revenue is not coming close to covering the cost of providing the service. So can you explain that a little bit?
Yes, and I asked the same question when we went through the budget. And I asked this group, I said, in next fiscal year, I'd like to have an analysis of what our costs are and what the fees are. And go across the Treasure Valley and find out what everyone else is doing, and we need to do this here. We need to do this for the erosion sediment control. We also need to do this for engineering inspection. There's two of them.
Well, we need to make sure, I fully agree with you, and so thank you for doing that, to make sure that we're within a cost comparison somewhat to other communities, but it's just interesting that on this revenue projection, kind of where we are, so, yeah. Any thoughts? Nate, did you have a thought? And thank you for coming to the microphone.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Well, one thing, the 30% is looking backwards. As you know, building is evaluating permits coming in and seeing things that are flat. I believe that's what this FY20 budget you're looking at, why it reflects FY19. Now, if you were to look at 19 back to 18, you'd see 30% increase. If you were to look back to 2010, when this inspector position was hired, you would see that there is a 400% increase in number of permits, and there's been no new inspectors added to that position. So thank you.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
I know Darrell had a question.
No,
but
I mean, I
let's
think,
up.
well,
I have a question for Nate.
he just pretty much answered my question, because, I mean, it's all the buildings going on. That's why the increased need for an inspector for, I mean, that's what's causing, yeah, okay.
I know this is sort of an economy of scale issue when you triggers a second full-time hire, but I'm wondering, is our Greg Goodman, what's the backload on, how long does it take him to do the job currently? I guess what I'm trying to get at is, I trust that he's being worked hard, but I mean, is the job being done adequately right now?
Well, Evan answered that, so.
Okay.
Mayor, Council. Currently, Greg is falling behind. Right now, application comes in, he has to build the permit, do the correspondence with the contractors, developers, he issues the permits, then he does the inspections, complaint response, and enforcement actions. The city of Napa is growing out, so in order for him to keep up with the workload that's coming in to build these permits, he needs a tech inspector to cover all the inspections. We have a new MS4 permit expected FY20 this coming fall, or following, and he needs assistance do the actual inspections.
What's the level of service as far as the turnaround time that we are trying to target? Is there an ideal target frame? Because I know this is really a level of service issue. Right? He's getting the job done, but you're saying he's falling behind. I don't know what that means.
There's a 3-day turnaround for issuance of, or application to issuance of the permit. He's usually trying to get those done within a day, 24 hours. In order for him to complete all the inspections and all that, he's falling behind on that. One of the MS4 permit requirements is you have to have so many documented inspections per fiscal year, and that's getting harder and harder for him to get to achieve.
And is this position an assistant to him that's under him, or is it an equal?
It'd be a technician, it'd be right below.
It would be right below. Okay. All right. Thanks.
So Mayor, I just a little follow-up on that, and just speaking of Doug, and I don't want to be pessimistic because the forecast is not, but if there is a downturn, so there's a contingency of a hire of this sort, say there is a downturn in 5 years, that then what would happen with that position? Well, I mean, what is a hire told at this point in time? Because it seems like it kind of relies on what building is going on here.
So if construction does slow down, that person would then assist farther with the stormwater inspector.
So you would move them to another area of responsibility.
So I'd cross-train them to do erosion control and stormwater.
Very good.
So discharge, so help cover both inspectors that we have.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Jake.
Mayor and Council, just to clarify that question, if you look back to 2016, the revenues have increased by 50.36%.
So what were they, if you don't mind, rather than
In
percentages?
2016, the revenue was budgeted at $39,700, and we're budgeting 59 this year.
Needless to say, there's a substantial difference between the revenue and the expense. Just the cost of providing the service is, there's a definite disparity there.
I agree with you, Mayor. So
Yeah.
that's, we've tasked the team to look at that.
Perfect, thank you.
One follow-up question. Has the permit cost gone up at all over the last 10 years? None? Is there, how do you do rate analysis on the permits?
Well, it's like any of the cost of service studies we do. It's similar to utilities. It's, how many people do you need? How many trucks do you need? How much equipment do you need? And then capture that cost and figure out how many permits are coming in and how would I capture that in the permits? It's the same, that's a basic analysis of what we're trying to do.
Okay. I'm just thinking permits should probably go up a little bit, I think, at least over a decade.
And we want to we always get compared to other cities, so I want to make sure that we're somewhere in line with them and talk to them about how they came up with theirs. And
okay. So, gotcha. All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Capital requests. So light duty pickup, looks like this is a new one.
That's good, contingent on new hire.
Contingent on the new hire. And then composite sampling equipment. So this is a sampling equipment that you can kind of see from the picture there that we put down in the stormwater manhole and help capture the samples that we need. And then IT pipes and surveyor upgrade. That's an application, a software for our camera truck, our stormwater camera truck. So. Any questions on environmental? Before we go to wastewater.
Mayor Kling, just for clarification, then, what you're presenting to us still fits within the 2% increase that we've, as far as the balanced budget that's being presented?
That's correct. Well, this environmental compliance is an enterprise fund, so it's.
Oh. Well, I mean, just
Yeah,
generally
generally,
throughout the
yeah.
Public Works presentation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to have you pause for just a second and have a question for council. How are we doing as far as, I know we're running a little bit late. We were projected to be done at 10:30. We've been at it for 2 hours and 20 minutes. We have wastewater, streets coming up. Do we need to take a break now before we step into this next segment? Would that be a yes? Okay, so, and I apologize for team, but let's take just a 5-ish minute break, and we'll be back at least by 10:30 to get going on the next segment, because these are important. We don't want to be distracted. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, good stretch. All right.
You're welcome.
Good. Can we get up?
Joe, thank you. Joe.
Okay. Up to you. Go ahead.
You're quicker than I am.
You know how.
Because you were quicker before I was.
Exactly.
Is it cold out there, or is it just up here? It's cold. Is there anybody, it's perfect.
All the
I know,
like
yeah,
this,
sorry.
ladies are going like this.
No, it's cold, it's cold.
Would you,
See, God,
would
it's
you
kinda
agree?
warm out
No,
here.
you would agree it's cold.
I like it cold.
It keeps us awake.
It
No.
keeps us awake, okay.
I'm good.
It's better than hot. Oh.
I would agree.
So, Mayor and Council, I am taking a little more time than I wanted, so I'm going to try to go through this a little more. Well, some of these, you've seen a lot of these already, especially in wastewater. There's a couple of things there's one specific thing I'd like to cover with Daniel on a city-funded trunk line, but would you like us to go over the personnel or equipment requests, or can we just talk about the city-funded trunk line, which is really the new item? See one thumbs up, that's okay?
2 thumbs up.
Okay. So come on up, Daniel. There you go.
So, Mayor, Council, in this last year, we've received a lot of comments and discussion with the development community on growth and the need for some trunk line extensions to help facilitate growth within the city. This is not a new concept. Over the years, back in the 90s, we did the Wilson Interceptor that opened up the southern area of town. In the early 2000s, we did the Middleton Trunk Sewer here that opened up a large portion of the southwest portion of the town. What we've proposed in this budget is $1.5 million to install approximately 3/4 of a mile of sewer trunk line, is what our estimates believe we would get with that. There's 3 possible locations that we would be looking at, either the Purdom area in North Nampa, the Midway Trunk near the Nampa Christian High School on the west side of town, or potentially the Mason Trunk, Mason Trunk over off of Victory Road. We would be coming back at a future time, if this gets approved, to discuss those locations and get a consensus from council on where you would like us to target this trunk line. Looking at the rate of return or return on investment for this project, assuming 150 connections per year, the rate of return is approximately 5 to 6 years, with the connection fees and then the rates that are paid over that period of time. So it's a fairly short rate of return. The 150 connections per year is a fairly conservative. This last year, we're estimating around 700 new homes within the city of Nampa. What we've seen in the past when we do these trunk line extensions is that they tend to drive growth more to those areas, and so we would likely see more than 150 new homes within those areas if we were to do this, and that rate of return would likely actually be less than that 5 to 6 years. So, any questions regarding that?
Councilman Haverfield.
Couple of questions. None of these locations fall within the urban renewal area, is that correct?
That is correct.
And as far as the budget-wise, is this included under the 2% cap?
Yes.
So we're looking at about 500,000 per quarter mile.
Yes.
So if you were to look at a half mile versus the 3/4 mile, is that worth the investment, or would that not be worth the investment at this point?
The Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, the more we put in, the more ground we open up. Anything would help. It would bring it closer and may make the development community, it may pencil better for them to come in and install part of that with a latecomers agreement.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, we haven't seen that the impetus for the development community to put this capital outlay and do this work with that latecomers agreement because of the time frames that it takes to get their returns.
So there was never any locations considered that might fall within the urban renewal area?
This was more of a growth related on the residential side, not necessarily an industrial side. If the council were to choose not to want to do something within the more residential areas to drive growth, and we're more interested in doing something to drive commercial growth. Obviously, we have the Noble Trunk that is under design right now, that if they were to choose to to fund that instead of the residential growth related, that certainly would be at their discretion.
Right. Well, I was just thinking as far as the partnering with the Urban Renewal Agency, is a possibility there?
In targeting residential growth areas, there are none within the urban renewal
Right,
district.
okay. And so my only follow-up question then is, at 500,000 per quarter mile, if it's in the budget as being presented as a 2% increase, if we were to not choose to fund the full 3/4 mile and a portion of it, that amount of dollars might be available or not available in our deliberations?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, this all comes from the enterprise fund, and so it does not affect your 2%
All right.
to the property taxes.
Thank you.
So, just to follow up, Mayor, if I may, on, so the urban renewal on the north side. So, I mean, the ROI from a commercial standpoint would it not be higher than residential?
Mayor, Councilman Brunner, that would depend on the type of use that came in and how much waste they would be doing. If it were a wet industry, yes, that would likely, the rate of return would be much quicker. If it's not a wet industry that comes in and is just using standard, waste for their bathrooms and stuff, then it may be longer.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. I'm just looking at, Caldwell, I don't know what their, percentage of waste use or whatever it is, but it just seems like that it's going pretty wild over there. So.
Mayor Kling, just a follow-up then.
Yeah.
You talked about latecomers. That would not apply here since it's a city extension. It would just be their regular hookup fees.
Correct.
Okay.
A question, are you looking for input on the 3 possible locations from us?
Not at this time. We would come back, if this is approved, we would come back after we've done some more analysis to give you some metrics to make a decision based on.
Is priority 2, is that connected at all to Midway Park?
That would take sewer, so Midway Park is located right here.
Yeah.
So it would bring sewer closer to Midway Park, but unless bids came in well lower than we would expect, it wouldn't get us there.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so are there any other questions related to the capital requests that have come forward? And I want to go back and make sure that, so what we did was we quickly went past the personnel requests, which are there because of the wastewater treatment plant upgrades. We have the equipment request that has come through, and then the capital request. And again, this does not impact our 2%. So are there any questions? I don't want to move so fast that we miss an opportunity for a question, but to keep our process moving, we're kind of skipping forward a little bit. Are there any additional questions?
Mayor Kling, just one. I see that you have a program contingency of 206. You had indicated 341 earlier. How many contingency funds are there in the Public Works?
So we have a contingency for each of the various programs so we have one in water, we have one in irrigation, we'll have one in streets, and we'll have one in wastewater.
So is there a percentage of the amount of your budget?
Yes.
How much, what's the percentage?
It varies between, the highest one was 9% for water because of all the water line breaks, and then for streets it's 5%. Because we don't see as much need in those categories.
So it is a graduating scale.
Yep.
So the total amount as far as in contingency funds, could you give me a number?
I'm going to say about 800, somewhere 800,000 roughly. Jake, does that sound about right?
And while he's looking, those are actually all enterprise dollars, not general fund dollars. So those are not impacting our general fund.
So none of them are general fund?
No.
Oh.
They're not general fund, so there isn't anything there. And then whatever is not utilized will stay in the fund balance for that specific enterprise fund. So it would remain, so if streets doesn't use their contingency, it's going to be in the streets fund for next year.
Oh, that's fine then.
Yeah, but no general fund impact.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Streets, further questions on wastewater? So we're going to do a similar thing with streets, and I definitely don't want to miss anything. So if you have any questions, we talked about, the various funding sources for streets. We've talked about our funding plans, and Jeff's gone over that a lot with you. Our streets budget here, if you have any questions. Our financial forecast, I believe you've seen this too. Little pause on this. This is a right-of-way planner, and we find this to be really critical in order to deliver all the projects that we said we want to, because we need to be buying right-of-way ahead of the construction, at least 1 or 2 years ahead, because that's the one thing that will slow down a project is a right-of-way and not being able to have an agreement with the owner. So part of our streets budget is we wanted to fund this person to help kickstart in that program.
Need to backtrack just a minute. So I just need to be, so the 2020 vote for the vehicle registration fee increase, that's all in place, it's going to happen, or what more needs to happen, signatures, or what for that to happen in 2020?
Yeah, Councilor Bruner, good question. So Jeff's working on that plan right now. And we've presented the idea to council. We've also talked to all the highway districts. We've talked to Caldwell and some of the cities, and they're all giving us thumbs up. We like it. So we're doing an MOU, and we're having legal help us draft it. And we've got all the registered vehicles estimates for all the jurisdictions. So if we did a $25 amount and it passed, we know how much each agency gets now. That'll be part of the MOU. And so next step is to go out to each of the agencies and ask them, would you sign and be part of this MOU?
So when you say agencies, are you talking about the other municipalities in the county?
So it would be Napa Highway District, Canyon Highway District, Notice Parma Highway District.
And the city of Caldwell.
City of Caldwell.
Mm-hmm. We have one challenge that I ran into yesterday because I went online to register my vehicle and update my license since I talked about that yesterday. And what I found was that the city of Nampa was not an option. It showed that I was part of Highway District 1. Yep. And so they're going to have to do, which is, I don't have a whole lot of faith in the vehicle registration and that whole computer system. And I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't say that publicly, but that's going to have to be updated.
Yes.
Because right now, the allocation for me in a registration fee, I am being identified with Highway District 1, not the City of Nampa. City of Nampa and Caldwell aren't even in there.
So, yeah, Mayor, that's a good point. So that's the way it is today. We've talked with ITD about changing that.
Have you?
Yes. And
so will they be able to get that accomplished in the next year?
Yeah.
So who would end up, it sounds like a partnership, but who would end up marketing for this fee increase?
So it's education is what, or after we get the MOU.
I realize education, but
Yep.
it ends up being marketing. I'm just being full disclosure.
So it's going to be me, it's going to be Jeff, it's going to be Tiffany, our new hire in Public Works.
So we would take the responsibility of a Nampa municipality, since we're initiating this, for the full cost?
Well,
I think we'll do a shared partnership. We all need to advocate for it.
Yeah, I would think.
It'll be
I would
shared.
think Caldwell, et cetera. Yeah. Yeah, please.
Yep.
I mean, let's not just say we're going to do it. So, okay.
Mayor?
That
Yes.
helps. And as it says here, it's a majority vote. So we're not talking about 2/3. We're talking about a 51%. Then,
Right.
Or 50.1. Yeah.
Council, I'm sorry, before you.
A very important piece to this that I've heard from the other agencies is they don't want these funds to be connected to growth. They want growth to pay for growth. So in our MOU, we're going to say that these funds are going to be used for fixing an existing deficiency on a pavement or bridge. So there'll be some strings attached to this, so it's, yeah.
Councilwoman Levi.
Thank you, Mayor. Tom, I had spoke to you a couple months ago about an idea of having an increase in registration fees specifically for new registrants, people moving into the area. Is that even feasible, or have you been able to look into that?
I'll have to have Jeff add that to his list to ask when we talk to ITD. I haven't been able to look into that yet. But I think it's as I was talking to you at the conference, it's a data confidentiality thing, I believe. Because when we asked for all of the addresses and names of registered vehicles, ITD wouldn't give it to us.
Yeah. So,
So-
Councilwoman, is that all CA license plates or, okay?
Not specific.
We'll look into it. I'm not sure yet.
When I look at our residents and we continue to raise fees and we continue to raise taxes, and there are people moving in and they want to enjoy our quality of life, they should probably look at paying for that instead of the burden always falling back on our existing taxpayers. So I like to explore those options.
Yes.
Good.
A follow, Councilman Haverhill? All right, so
I normally ask if I can, no. Mayor Kling, I'm looking at your pavement management allocations, and I was just wondering, who makes the determination as far as the residential areas that, as far as that to receive the chip seal?
Jeff, you want to take that one? It's Jeff and his team.
So, Mayor, Councilman, so we evaluate every road in the city, and we give it a pavement condition index, 1 to 100, 1 being perfect, 0 being completely failed gravel. And then we, in a zone, will look at, the main goal is trying to keep the good good. So if a road is on that tipping point where it's still in good condition, we definitely want to hit a chip seal on that because it saves us an incredible amount of money. So we look and we'll evaluate each zone and all the residential within that zone. We'll look at the pavement condition index, and then we'll make a determination based on funding. So this has been the first year that we've put in a residential chip seal for a couple of years, but we've been kind of trying to implement more and more. So eventually the goal is we want to do half a zone of residential chip seal, and then we want to crack seal the other half. We want to crack seal both. So a residential road will be chip sealed every 14 years is our ultimate plan. We're building up with that. The FY19 funding plan has that within it.
What zone are you working in now?
Next year's zone is Zone E.
Next year's?
Next year's zone. So we're planning for Zone E next summer. We just got
So-
done with.
So that's all of Zone E?
Yeah, Zone E1 and E2.
Okay. All right. That answers my question then, thanks.
I had a question on, so the only thing in the presentation in Public Works that affects the general budget, just to be clear, is the property tax portion that's listed here under streets that we're discussing, which includes the 394, 184, which is the 1% that we've committed
Right,
annually.
that's where the 1%.
Okay. I guess when I look at that, I want to continue to fund that plan that you've presented before us, but I'm a little bit disappointed because I don't understand why the gas tax revenue is like 21,000 over 4-something million is a very minuscule, it's not even a percent. It's less than a percent increase.
Your legislators.
The gas tax hasn't gone up.
Well,
It hasn't
but
been
the
up
consumers have gone up. So even if the gas tax stays the same, I know that there's more energy efficient vehicles and stuff, but when you have 3 to 5% population growth, you would think that these other numbers would be dynamic and they would adjust with the population. So what we end up having is we're subsidizing off property taxes the costs that used to be collected through consumption costs. So people driving Teslas, I'm jealous. I can't afford one. But all these other vehicles, they're not paying gas tax. So we're having more vehicles associated with population. And I hate that. I mean, I want to continue to fund the plan off property taxes, but I think it's the most regressive form of funding when Idaho's exploding in population growth and I look at the gas tax revenue and it's less than 1%. It's like
Well,
0.05 of a percent or whatever, 0.5. I just look at that and I'm just wondering, what the long-term solution is.
That's a discussion with our legislators, because the gas tax is a state thing. It is not something that we can fix here. But the other area is, you notice the highway district revenue
Yes, that's down
is
too.
going down.
Yes.
And that's because of the special districts. And
Yeah.
so we're absolutely having discussions around that. It's a matter of what you do first, because we have to address two things. Ada County has vehicle registration fees already in place, and that is the first piece that we're going after, which takes a very collaborative effort. To address the highway district issue is a state statute, and it's a little bit heavier lift, and we're going to have to address that, because when 72% of our taxpayers fund our taxes, and only 48% of that, and I think my numbers are correct, if I'm wrong, please correct me, those funds, 72% are collected, 48% come back to the city of Nampa. As we have grown and our tax base has grown, yet the funding for streets is shrinking.
Yeah.
And the allocation that we get from the state, that has to be addressed because the model is antiquated and doesn't work.
I absolutely concur with your comments, Mayor. It's just, I have friends in the legislature that kind of tease us, like, why do you keep raising property taxes? And when you look at, this would be the line item right here, where the hard costs associated with street maintenance is the responsibility we have. And when the population is growing, we're not getting the proportionate increase, nor with the highway districts as well, with that ratio.
It's our
One thing I
legislators.
can say that hopefully helps with that is that we're working with the legislators where we can. We're also working directly with the state because they're the ones that have to present this. I do know that LTAC and ITD are working on an update to the governor's task force report that talks about what the needs were and how you fund it. And so that's the first step into getting, you know, a raise in the gas tax to cover the needs or registration fee. And Jeff and I have talked to them. We've shown them the funding plan that we've come up with, and they're like, we like this. And then we've also made the comment, we're doing everything that we can here, and we're still not getting it. So we would be more than happy to join you in your campaign or education on gas tax and state funding. And you know, so we're one of the biggest cities in Idaho, and you know, we still can't get transportation funded. We need the state to help us. So if that helps at all, we're trying to get what we can done at a state level and influence that.
Well, it's good to hear that. I just seen that we're approaching $500,000 probably every year out of property taxes, and it's just, and the gas tax is 20,000 increase over last year. It's just the equations are wrong. So I mean, again, consumption tax is better than property taxation and just more of a user fee model. So I commend the registration model and other things. The users should be paying the costs associated with the maintenance. So, sorry, that was me on my kind of.
No, we've addressed it. We met with them last year. We will meet with them again this year. They're very well aware of the need. Garrett Nancolis and I have visited about this and the approach. We will continue to.
Okay.
So Mayor, are you the main lobby for this, along with Tom and Jeff, or who's we, I guess is what?
Well, when I say we invited all the legislators last year, and we'll do it again this year, and we sat down and we talked about all the state legislation that impacted our city budget, one of which is the grocery tax. That could be $1 million out of our budget. So we met and we went through all of them and talked to them about it, and we will do the same. We'll have an educational opportunity with our legislators this next fall.
Need to meet with Kevin Miller on that one.
Yeah. There you go.
So Mayor, Jeff just mentioned, we can also bring this up at our Transportation Advisory Committee that we were talking about forming and get some support here locally for what we're trying to do. So
I think the key is we need to drive it, because there was an Ada County legislator that brought in a proposed amendment to our state law. It needs to be driven by us in Canyon County, because Ada County's already addressed it. Ada County streets are funded because of ACHD, their funding model, and they did that a number of years ago out of need. Canyon County has not addressed that, but I would rather us approach and design the model that's best for Canyon County rather than Ada County or someone else telling us what it needs to be. And so we need to be part of the process.
So the commissioners are part of this also, I take it?
They will be, and I don't like, for example, I will just say, in talking to one of the commissioners, they're not very favorable of Canyon County taking over roads. And I think that's where, and neither is Garrett Nancolis, at least based on our discussions. That's why I think we need to look first at the state statute and the distribution of funds. Down the road, we could look at how you combine and create efficiencies. But there's several different mechanisms, and so, yeah. It's good discussion and good questions, and it's absolutely on the radar because we have to do it for our citizens.
yeah, all of this will be a challenge, but we're up for it, and because it's important. And it's a multiple-year plan to get there. So.
Yep.
So if you want to keep moving here, equipment requests, if there's anything you want to talk about, let me know. These are some figures that we've...
I do have a question on equipment, or I think, if I see it or not. So help me with and this is maybe a Doug question here. So we're replacing an oil distributor truck and then also the motor grader. I'm just see the amount of money those things cost, and I realize they're doing the chip sealing and all that we need, but I mean, is it just because they're a certain age, or are they just broken down and we can't get parts, or I'm just looking for what's the reason?
Mayor and council, all the above.
All the above?
Distributor truck, we spend about half the time maintaining it before and after the chip sealing campaign, as a lot of it's 15 years old now, and to keep up with the increased level of service with chip sealing residential streets now, that equipment needs to be replaced. And the motor grader was deferred from last year. It was deferred because we had a street sweeper fail right before Parade America, so it was bad timing. And we replaced that unit last year, but the motor grader was supposed to have been replaced in 2019.
Okay, thank you.
One other thing about the oil distributor, we're getting a wider spreader bar. So, you know, sometimes we can do 2 passes and we have that little strip along the curb line there, have to go back and do the whole pass again. It'll extend that so we can do much quicker through certain sized roads.
Good.
Good.
Okay, we were going to talk about data selection on projects, but I think unless you want to hear more about how we do that, I think we've talked about that. We've talked about our impact fee projects. This is in your packet. I do want to pause when we get to the list of actual projects we're going to construct next year. That's a good message. Pavement management, we're following our plan. There's standard pavement management projects. And we got our grant projects, our Franklin and Industrial project, our $5 million freight grant. We're going to start working on that next year, so you'll see some dollars in there. And this is a good slide. This is all the projects I'm planning on doing in congestion. So, you know, we asked for an impact fee increase, and now it's time to deliver. And so, normally we would do maybe 1 to 2 intersections a year to construct for congestion. These ones in green are ones we're planning on doing next year. There's 6 of them. So we're 3 times what we would normally do the next fiscal year. Like I said, we're going to be turning a lot of dirt. Another thing we're doing is, you can see some of these are future intersections that say right-of-way, Franklin and Birch right-of-way, Midland and Marketplace right-of-way, North Side and Karcher right-of-way. So we need to get in and get these right-of-ways purchased ahead of time. So we're trying to get a queue of things ready to go so we can continue this trend of, my goal for the team was to get about 5 intersections a year for congestion. That's what we're trying to hit. So, is there any questions on this, what we're trying to do here, or priority?
So these are, I'm sorry, Mayor Kling, are these right-of-way purchases? Is that what these are?
The ones that are green are actually construction. So like,
So can I ask what the top one is for? Is that for signalization, or what is that?
Midland and Lake Lowell.
Yeah.
Daniel's looking at that and find out if it needs to be a signal or a roundabout.
We just okayed the 89,000 as a council, right? For that.
For the,
Yeah.
for the design?
Design, but I mean, that decision's not been made, right?
Okay, so it's still come back before council? Okay, so the dollars are there for whatever we choose to do? Okay, thank you.
I guess another one you should know, there's some funds on State Highway 16 South environment. It's not State Highways, it shouldn't say State Highway 16 South. It's a local road where the 16 interchange and I-84 come together. So we would like to start a environmental concept alignment there. We actually got a lot of really positive things going in our direction right now with the landowners in that area to go towards, instead of going towards McDermott, we would go towards Robinson, because it's a much cheaper and easier engineering. Because if you go towards McDermott, there's Reidenbach Canal right there at the top of that ridge, and it's not impossible engineering, but it's pretty tough. But I believe we found a pretty good route. So that's exciting. Anything else on these projects you want to? Okay. And stormwater projects, these are just, we've generally spent about $400,000 to $500,000 in stormwater. We're doing a master plan that'll tell us what we should be spending. But, we're just trying, we have millions of dollars in assets in there. We're just trying to keep up with maintenance. So, I know I'm out of time, so I can stop here and answer any questions that you have.
I just go back, I know it's a small, I'm just curious, it's kind of, rainwater education in the park for the garden. You said it's been a kind of a verbal type commitment because they've been helping us with the education and so on, but you said I believe you said also, Tom, there's a possibility of some grant funding for that you found out about.
Yeah.
Do we have any time expectation when that grant funding expectation
Do you have any?
might come to fruition or not?
Okay. Well, what we could do is we can come back to the council when we find out through a staff report, or before we spend any money on this, we can
Just
come
a
back.
follow-up, is there this type of thing in Boise or somewhere else? And if there is, what type of, do like all your elementary schools come and visit, or what? I mean, I'm
Yes.
not trying to be facetious, but I am to a certain extent. What's the return on it?
You want to? Well, we know that Boise has and Meridian both have a water display at their plant, and they do elementary.
Right at the plant?
Yes. They have a pretty.
See, that would make sense to me. I'm not quite understanding why it would go into a park, but that's just, I don't know all the details.
Okay, I'll have Evan. Evan used to work for Boise, so he's got some good knowledge on this.
Mayor, Council, Lakeview Park was selected because it's close to the Boys and Girls Club and the Hispanic Cultural Center. It's aimed to be in the heart of the lower income families. It's an easier place for folks to enjoy a place in the park so they can learn about the water cycle and clean water. We have an MOU with the Napa School District that Emily Hogue, who's our public education outreach coordinator, to bring those students there to talk about the importance of clean water, environment, and just do activities such as.
There's been quite a bit of thought given as far as to location and so on. And we're talking about how much land space for something of this sort?
5,000 square feet, if my memory is correct.
It's a lot bigger than I thought.
Picture of it.
Yeah, I saw
Didn't seem that big, though.
So a couple good-sized houses. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Tom, thank you. Council, do you have, I know we've pushed through this. I want to make sure there aren't any other questions from council before we move on, and I think Bruce would like the mic.
Oh.
Councilman Skog.
You just sense these things. Fellow council members, this has been a good presentation on that rain garden. I just hope it would come back for council for final approval, because I don't want any some federal leftist dialogue on it. That's just me, and I'll look to this council in the future to make sure that doesn't happen. I'm happy with this. I'd like to make the motion that we approve the Public Works budget as presented. Ask for a second, and if there's more discussion, we'll have it.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Bruner?
Yes.
Ogilvy?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Scott?
Yes.
Good job.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to say thank you to the entire Public Works team that is sitting here. You guys do a great job. Really, yeah, our applause to you.
And plus, I like the rodeo ties. Those are.
And we got Bobby Sanchez back there like a real cowboy.
And I would like to say to our streets crew back there, we moved quickly through that, but you guys do an amazing job. And I tell you, when you see the quality of the work that is being done with this crew, Don took me on a drive and I so appreciated it. And you see the quality that our city is doing and the cost savings, because we can do more where we're doing it in-house instead of outsourcing it. And I was very impressed. I greatly appreciate your work. And so thank you to streets, to fleet, environmental compliance, to water, wastewater. I mean, you guys do a great job. You have a good team. Thank you for your service to the city. It is greatly appreciated, and to the administrative team and engineering also, to the entire group. Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, just a special thanks to Jake. I mean, that PowerPoint, I mean, it's so beneficial, at least for a visual person like myself. So thank you for your good job on that.
And it is uploaded online, so if the public or anyone wants to see it, it's available. Thank you. So did you guys get, not that I'm texting, but I am texting. I just texted you guys to see if you're on. Did you see that? So Bobby, I have a question for you. What I apologize, but I'm almost thinking, would you mind if we pushed you to like 1:45? We may shorten lunch. And we put the police on right now. They'll be over at 12. And then we take a short lunch break, and then we come back and do HR. Does your schedule permit that? Because I'm thinking that way, and then we'll be absolutely back on track. Would you be okay with that? Okay, and that way we're right on, is that okay?
I don't know,
Council?
Mayor. I think we're going to be a lot harder on police, but.
Perfect. Or we may get done early and say we want to go till 12:30.
Yeah, we're
We'll
good.
just see, we'll get this done.
We're about 20 minutes behind, but we're going to shave half hour off lunch.
Uh-huh.
'Cause it's like an hour now. So.
And Bobby, we could, if, depending on how hungry everybody is, we could pull you in at 12. So you might just hang tight, and I appreciate your flexibility.
We don't want lunch to get cold, though. 'Cause lunch can be
That's
getting cold.
true.
Okay.
Bobby, thank you for your flexibility.
Priorities.
We can even eat while we talk.
We're going to get 2 hard ones out. We're going to, back to back.
Okay, well, hopefully I'll get you back on track because that kind of scares me. You say that you're a visual person. I have no slides.
So I can just go leave.
Well,
Because I won't understand.
Whatever. So I just wanted to start out just by reading you just a quick little 2 paragraphs, just kind of give you a snapshot of where we're at today as a police department. So, last year, the council had asked for a 5-year hiring plan from the police department. Obviously, with the budget, we were only able to fund approximately 40% of that, or 6 new patrol positions. This year, in the proposed budget, to be able to meet the requested 2% increase, we have asked for 1 police officer, 1 community service officer, and 1 victim witness position. We're doing a good job at the police department with the resources we have, with the current growth of the city, and our goal to one day be at 1.5 officers per 1,000 residences. We need to find a sustainable way to continue to fight crime and proactively police the city. Today, Nampa has 123 sworn police officers, which brings our officer to citizen ratio to 1.21 officers per 1,000 residents. In fiscal year 2009, 10 years ago, near the end of the recession, Council had authorized 132 sworn police officer positions. The population was 22,000 less people then than it is today, but provided 9 more officers than we currently have in our budget. Recently, the police department implemented CompStat, which is a policing philosophy that we're only 1 month into. This new program with this new program, we are seeing impressive results. CompStat is a smarter way to police and is driven by statistics and placing resources at statistically proven locations that are higher in crime. Our goal is to be a proactive rather than a reactive police department, and we simply can't achieve this without significantly increasing our staffing. I realize that there are needs all across the city, and I commend every division within the city for their due diligence in bringing forward a budget that meets the council's directive of a 2% cap. If the council follows the finance director's recommendation of leveraging the $380,000 for additional police officers, we would be able to add an additional 4 officers to our staff, bringing the total number to 5 with the 1 position that is proposed in the budget right now. If the council was to take an additional 1% increase, we would be able to add an additional 4 officers, which would bring us to 9 police officers this year, bringing our sworn numbers to 132 positions, which is where we were in 2009. With this option, we would be revamping our 5-year hiring plan, and we would be back on track. We're headed in the right direction, and this would bring our officer to citizen ratio to 1.29 officers per 1,000. So, you know, I guess wasn't really sure how to do a budget presentation this year. I mean, we were kind of basing everything off last year's 5-year hiring plan. Crunching some numbers in the back there, if we were to get to that 9 positions right now, it would be a sustainable plan. We would be able it would be just slightly over 5 officers a year for the next 4 years that we'd have to do to get us to our 1.5. Obviously, if the city continues to grow at about 2,500 residents, you know, that'd be a little over 1 officer or 1.5 officers a year added to that. But it would definitely get us pointed in the right direction. So basically, that's just what I, wanted to let you know. I sent you all an email yesterday on the CommStat, so I just want you to realize that we have good people down there. We're doing the right things. We're trying to be proactive. Again, our goal is to be a proactive department, and I just don't know how sustainable it is with the current numbers that we have right now. So, do you have anything? I brought my backup here. He can get in the weeds on some of your budget questions that you have. Or do you have any questions of me before I turn over to Captain Daniels?
Mayor Kling.
Councilman.
Maybe we need to hear from Captain Daniels first before we.
I just want clarity. You said with the 380,000, we'd be able to add four more.
For a total of 5 with the one that's currently in the proposed budget in front of you.
Okay, so 5 plus the 2 other positions?
Correct.
So it'd be a total of 7.
Yes.
Okay.
The victim witness and the community service officer.
Thank you.
Councilman Skog, do you want to hold your question, or do you want to ask it now?
I'll wait until Captain Daniels speaks.
Okay.
Well, I didn't have a lot of remarks prepared either. I mean, we've had a lot of discussion with you folks, and I really do think we're in a really good opportunity right now. The work that Doug and his team did with the mayor and the directors, not being a part of that specific process, I will tell you, was fantastic. And to be able to present you guys with the budget they've done at the 2% you requested, especially getting put into the game in the halfway through the fourth quarter, Doug, thanks for that. And your team, it's pretty impressive. I've been at this level for since 2006, and I've been watching council after council after council, and I'll reserve any comments beyond to say that I'm very happy with where we're at right now, and I think we're really going in the right direction. I will tell you that we need the 9. We don't need 5. We don't need 1. We need the 9, plus we need the other positions. We have got to get the department on the right track, and we're not quite there yet. We're doing all the things we've done. We've done more with less. For so long, I can't remember what it was like to do more with more. And that is not best practice. It's not going to keep this city where we want it to be, and it's not going to get us to where we want it to be. And I know these are hard choices, and I respect the difficulty that you guys are put in every year, having to make choices about who gets what. But what I really appreciated about this process is that the mayor and the directors put you in a position where it's not as difficult a choice. They have already balanced that budget for you at the 2% cap. We're asking you to go beyond that, because we believe it's necessary. I'm a citizen of this town, and I believe it's necessary as a citizen, not just as a captain at the police department. I want better things for Nampa. I want Nampa to be better than it is today, and we have to have additional staff to get that done. So aside from that short speech, I can probably comment a little more in depth on the budget if you have specific questions about items. But other than that, I'll just sit back and you can fire questions.
Councilman Scott.
Madam Mayor, Chief, Captain, you talked about police positions in 2009. I can't remember the number of sworn officers then.
132.
So 132, where there was a practice for a while in the police department where we would fund as a council positions, but they were intentionally never filled, and then that money was used.
That was not a part of that process then.
I know it's not now, but in 2009, did you actually have 132 sworn positions, or were some of those just funded and not filled?
No, they were funded. They were intended to be filled. There were some predictions about what that recession was going to do, and 6 of those positions were actually given conditional offers, and then that process was frozen. So those last 6 positions from the 126 to the 132 were not actually filled because the anticipation of what the recession was going to do. It was allocated. That would have put us at 1.6 officers per thousand at that time. We were, I think, just under 1.5 prior to that hire. So we were actually at the 126. We didn't quite get to the 132.
So really, we need to be operating, just for history, at 126, as how many sworn officers were
and I
there.
think the point that we want to make in that 132 is that's the commitment the council had made. Now, the fact that the bubble popped and the money went away doesn't take away from the fact that that's what that council at that time, with our administration, had determined was the appropriate number of sworn personnel to adequately police this city at the level we wanted. I know that none of you were on this council during the late 90s and early 2000s where we were combating 250 drive-by shootings a year. We were little Detroit. and that's not where we want it to be. And there was a commitment made by the council in the mid-2000s that we were going to fix that. And they hired 41 cops in 4 years. And that made the difference. And gangs were not an issue after that. We've seen them come and go, little by little through this last decade of working short-staffed and underfunded, quite frankly, and that was pretty much everybody in the city, everybody in the country there for a while. But I don't want to say 126, because it wasn't 126. The commitment by council was 132.
But the actual officers were 126.
They
and
were.
That's the number I'm operating on for what was going on then and what we could do or not do.
Sure, sure, and I do agree with that. And I'll tell you, at the worst, at the low, we got down to 105.
What year was that, do you know?
It was about 2012, 12, 13, right in there. And I will tell you, that was not a very good time in the police department.
I imagine not. And then, to be fair, has any police chief ever come to a council in the history of the United States and said, I have enough officers and money?
Oh, I'm sure there probably was one. Probably wasn't here.
Well, you know from this council and mayor, we are pro law and order, pro law enforcement. We've supported, and we'll just see where we go on this. So thank you for the presentation and your work.
Councilman Haverfield?
So just to be clear, what we're talking about is there's 123 sworn officers today. If we add the 5 using the 380,000, that would bring you up to 128, correct?
Yes.
Plus the 2 other support staff positions.
Yes, and the victim witness position is currently a full-time position at the Family Justice Center, but it's all being paid for on grant money. That grant money runs out September 30th, and that is a position that we value greatly.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, and this may be more of a Doug type thing too. So this is going to be kind of repeat information. So 1% is what I'm hearing the chief and Brad asking for. So that's approximately the same amount as what's in that 300,000. That would make up another 1% that the council is allowed to do.
That's correct.
So as far as from a citizen standpoint, if I'm recalling what I heard, that would be another $8 per year per Nampa.
Or 68 cents a month.
Or 68 cents a month.
Right.
To get it to that point.
Right.
Could I clarify something, what you just said? I'm not sure if I fully understood it. The 380,000 is within the 2% increase.
Right. I understand.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
But what I'm saying is so what that means is with the 4, at least with my mind, the way it works, that would mean it'd take $380,000 would take another 1%, which would be allowable for the 3%.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that correct? Mm-hmm. And so I guess I'm just, and I'm not, I want to take care of our taxpayers as much as possible. But my point is, there's no question, and of course this has been said over and over and over again, that public safety and streets are the number one interest. The other thing, though, and getting into this game of unions and so on, say the scenario is that we okay this further 1%. We're currently in negotiations with the fire department, and they seem to play off each other for what they get, what they don't. So I know no one has a crystal ball, but I guess how does that, in past history, how does that affect negotiations? I mean, I'm just putting, I don't think anyone has an exact answer. I'm just saying that's a concern on my part.
Right.
Because I'm sorry, I'm very open about this. Police and fire are not apple to apple. Okay?
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that, and I mean, those are good questions. Just one thing I wanted to add, that Captain Daniels was saying, just to kind of put the 126 in perspective. I mean, we were authorized up to 132. Again, that was 22,000 less people. A good example would be at that particular time, I was in the narcotics unit, and it was double the size that it is today. And, not to scare anybody with statistics, but we also have seen a 6,500% increase in heroin use since then. So without putting a whole bunch of public information out on how our narcotics unit works, it's less than half. Our traffic team is down 3, and I know a lot of complaints come to the council at that. We've basically bled all the resources we have. We have to have patrol shifts. Last year you bought the workout hour. We've done a lot better job, a lot wiser. Now we have 4 patrol teams. But anyway you put it, I have 64 people that are assigned to the patrol division, and clearly that's the most visible. but there's also the revolving circle. You know, a lot of the crime starts with narcotics work, so, you know, that would be a focus. We need to put somebody back in there. Our detective divisions haven't grown. You know, our computer forensics are a lot of the frauds nowadays, you know, are through the internet. People do online banking, the internet, child pornography and all that. We used to have I believe it was 2.5 people working in that unit. Today we have one person working in it, and that's continuing to, it's not slowing down, I guess, is the internet crime. So, I mean, there's needs all throughout the department as throughout the city. I'm just saying, I believe now that with the strong economy that we have, and you're right, you can't forecast the future, you know, what's going to happen in 6 months from now. But I think it would be wise for the city now to get us ahead, or to at least get us back on track. Where we need to be. Again, that would be if we were allotted 9 positions and the 6 that you gave us last year, that's 15. That would have funded year 1 of the 5-year plan that we presented last year. So basically it would be a fresh start. I'll revamp that plan, and just again, quick numbers, it would be about I think it was 5.2 police officers to get us to that 1.5 officers per 1,000. And to answer your question, has anybody ever came and said, you know, we're done, we don't need any more? I've never heard of that, and my mind doesn't work like that. But I'm trying to tell you, we're doing a good job down there, and we've created some really good programs, and we have there's no waste down there. Everything that we're doing right now is our people are just giving 110%. I'm just letting you know. I don't know how sustainable that is. Again, the goal is to be a proactive police department, and right now, barring CompStat, because I don't have all those numbers yet, but we were 82% of our time was reactive, and that's not good. A national average should be about 30% of your time. You know, we want to be doing out community policing, you know, preventing crime. Right now, we're just responding to crime after somebody calls in. You know, we go out there. That's not the goal of a police department. We're there before it happens, hopefully. So,
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Thank you. Joe, I was over at the police department here about a month ago. And what I did was, because I've heard about so much, the officers are working so hard and the police department's so busy and we don't have enough police officers. So I did one thing further, and I think Rick all did the same thing, is I went over and spent 4 hours with Sergeant Mike Phillips. And by the end of those 4 hours, I was ready to go home. And I don't know that I could work a shift. But the thing that was most important and prevalent to me was that there's no end in sight for these guys. They work, 12 hours, 10 hours a day?
10 hours now.
10 hours now, but then they call them on their days off. And there isn't any relaxation for them. And this, and I was surprised at how energetic they felt and how good they looked and how strong they were, but mentally they're tired. And so, and then this weekend I spoke with a couple of wives, and I asked them, how's it going to the police department? And I'll tell you what, they looked at me like, we don't have a life. We don't have a family life. In fact, it's Leonard Klontz. And I said, well, how does he like work? He says, tired. So I'm hearing all this, and I'm thinking, at what point do we really value our police officers and our police force, especially for our public safety, in terms of dollars? That does not compute, and that will never compute to me. So, and I look at these numbers that we have here, we're 100,000 or so people, and we're 128 officers, 123. That does not make any sense to me. So, you know what, I agree. I think we need to fund this thing, quit messing around with it, and I by all means, would make a motion to approve this right away. We've done enough talking, let's get her done.
Can I?
Councilman
I have some
Roosevelt.
questions. Is it okay?
Sure, go ahead. I'll just tell you my feeling.
Can you quantify just for the layman how many? Maybe not fair to ask you this, but do you know how many firefighters are currently on patrol on the clock right now?
How many
serving the
firemen?
city? Yeah, right now.
I don't have a clue.
'Cause I think the number we got was 26.
23.
How many police officers right now are on duty, able to respond this very moment?
Well, it's rodeo week, so we use our school resource officers.
Normal.
10 to 12 with our step team.
So the normal
that are uniformed on patrol.
So on the general average is you have 10 to 12 police officers ready to respond. We have 26 firefighters ready to respond on the clock. Okay. at any given moment. So if we were to hire 9, hypothetically, quantify for us what the benefit would be.
Well,
citizen.
Well, hopefully, I mean, I looked at the long-term goals, and right now, you know, that's something else I probably should have added. What was about a year and a half ago, we cut the calls that we respond to because we just don't have the resources. And I believe it took about, was it about 8,000 a year calls for service out?
Yeah, it's been evolving. Sorry. Yeah, it's been evolving. It was, we first started implementing the plan a little over 4 years ago. And we reevaluate it quarterly and we make big changes annually. But literally, we are in thousands and thousands of calls that we no longer handle on an annual basis. Vandalisms, small petty thefts, even vehicle burglaries that we just simply don't respond to because we just don't have the staff to allocate to that.
So we prioritize our calls on a 1, 2, 3. 3 is like high-level calls. Usually, I mean, I don't know, I haven't been monitoring the computer today, but about this time you'd be at a level 2 or level 3. So that means that if you were to call in a vandalism or a burglary of your business, we're going to get to it eventually, but it's not going to be today. And again, that's just not the level of service, you know, we want to provide. So to answer your question, what would 9 police officers do? I know I would move at least 6 to patrol, but I mean, that's a given because we currently have 8 patrol teams. I would probably run the night shifts a little short right now, just because we statistically aren't quite as busy, you know, later in the evening or, you know, 2, 3 in the morning. Probably move 1 to maybe internal affairs or background investigator because that particular officer right now wears 3, I believe it's 3 hats. Public information, does our backgrounds and our internal affairs. That should be a 3 or 4 person unit in a perfect world. Probably would move 1 to detectives. I don't know if that'd be persons crimes or property crimes or whether that would be, you know, computer forensics. I don't know. I would have to talk to the lieutenants and, you know, see what the best use. But for sure, 6 would definitely go to patrol.
Okay.
Councilman, if I might?
Yeah.
I think that.
Brad, do you mind stepping up to the mic? Thank you.
I think your question being what's the impact to the citizen? The impact to the citizen isn't realized with just 9. The impact to the citizen is realized as we move forward towards that 1.5. 1.5 is not an arbitrary number. When I started here at this city, we were pushing 2.2. 1.5 becomes the national average when everybody starts running short. But we have done the studies. We hired Ken Keene. We looked at every police allocation model, every possible way to address crime rates and everything else. And for the city of Nampa, that best rate is 1.5. So even though that happens to match up with the national standard, we determined that that's best for our city to police at an adequate level. And 9 starts us down that path that we currently aren't on, if that makes sense.
I prepared very brief comments. I just want to say that this is the one thing that motivated me to run for office. I came to a budget meeting years ago when I was a citizen and was concerned about public safety. I think it's a primary responsibility of us as elected officials. I also, quite aware, I've approved a lot of growth. We have as a council. I feel a moral responsibility. All the subdivisions we've approved over the year and a half, as that's built out, that's adding to our population. It's also adding to our tax base, and the growth of our tax base exceeds the numbers that we're debating now as far as potentially lifting the budget over 2. Having a budget presentation at 2% is good because we're trying to do our best to limit the impact on the taxpayer. The $8 a year or whatever, 68 cents a month comes out to what, 2 cents a day, is the potential budget capacity we have. And I don't want to do any harm. And I know that there's more council meetings ahead where there's more growth that's going to be presented to us. And I either feel I need to start saying no to growth if we're not going to maintain a level of service with the police. I also realize it's a two-way street. We've agreed to impact fees that set the level at least 1.25. I know you want to be at 1.5, but we're at 1.25. So at the very minimum, I think we have a legal requirement, or else the developers in year 10 are going to say you overcollect on impact fees to hire at least 3 a year on average based on the projected growth. You're saying ideally you want to be above that, and we're playing some catch up. I want to limit the budget. I also don't want to do any harm. I'm wondering if you got 9, the other 4 on top of the 4 that would be allowed within the 2%, if they were hired in the spring, for example, if 4 were hired in the spring, that would save us maybe right? Half a point maybe, something like that. My math might be a little fuzzy here. So if we authorize 9 but asked for 4 to be hired in the spring, would that be?
Absolutely, we can make that work.
Okay.
In fact, it would probably be better. We do our own police academy now with Meridian, and with the time crunch, I don't think we could find, we're not dropping our standards on who we're hiring, and I don't know, quite honestly, if I could find 9 people that we want to bring on in the city between now and October 1st. So yeah, if we could have 5, in October at the fiscal year, and then April 1st, is that halfway through the year? The others, absolutely.
So to be clear then, it wouldn't be an authorization of the full point, full 400,000, be 200,000, with the understanding that you're timing the hiring within that. We'd stay at maybe around 2.5 points on the, okay, thanks.
Ben, are you further, or I'm ready to make a motion, but if you're going to go say
already
something,
did.
go. Well, did you make, was
Yeah, I
your
already
motion?
made it. And I'll revamp that to go from 5 now and 4 in April. I don't think we have a second.
Mayor,
Okay, so
a
we did-
motion was made but not seconded, so the motion failed.
Right.
Well, it didn't come
Well-
across, it wasn't seconded, and it didn't, so we could pause
Please.
and give Victor the opportunity to restate your motion.
Okay.
Could we, okay,
Question?
Mayor
excuse
Kling.
me, Councilman
I
Skog.
think we have more comments, Councilman Rodriguez.
okay, go ahead.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, so who was next on Councilman Haverfield?
Could I just
Or-
state that I'm in full support of what we're talking about here, but I'm not ready to vote on a motion simply because I'd like to see what else we have to maybe make up the ground that we're giving away today.
Oh.
If we go down this path, we're already stating that we're willing to potentially give up $380,000 in the budget as it's being presented to keep us under the 2%. And as I ran 5 years ago on lowering the levy rate, being physically conservative, that's still my desire. And so if we do consider increasing the amount, I would like to still try to hit that 2%.
Yes.
So I'm not willing to vote on your motion simply on that basis alone, because we haven't defined where we can come up with the offsetting numbers.
And Madam Mayor, and that's, if I was going to make a motion, my motion was going to be actually a little compromise, because I'm still concerned with fire negotiations, but my motion would have been that we reach the 130 count. That would be 0.5%, that'd be $190,000, but with the understanding that we find another $190,000 somewhere else that we're not going to approve, so.
Madam Mayor, it looked like you were ready to speak.
No, go ahead.
All right. Fellow council members, Councilman Rodriguez, I want to get there to the 9 officers. I don't know that we can, but I want to really try. But before you make a motion on that, I'd like to get through the rest of our budget and see, as Councilman Haverfield said, if we can cut back. And I think delaying until April only lowers it to 2.75-ish, but I'd defer to Doug to come up with that number while we're going through procedures here.
I just asked a follow-up clarifying, the levy rate would still go down with 3%, because the tax base has grown in excess of the proportion that we're trying to maintain. With
At
level
2 or
of service.
3%, it goes down substantially. It
Yeah.
goes down a little bit more at 2, but it still goes down substantially at 3.
And I'll just, Mayor Kling, from a taxpayer standpoint, and again, I listen to what my wife says because I can't help myself. What was on the front page of the paper today was a 2% increase in our taxes. That's what she read. Not a levy rate change, nothing like that. It's just, okay, we're still going to be increasing taxes even though we're seeing a lot of other benefits by the growth and that. But from the standard perspective, it's still a 2% increase. Now we're saying, no, let's go more. It'd be great if we could come in and say, no, we're not going to increase it at all. But how do we cover our costs? So I just, from the perspective of the taxpayers out there, we got to be careful with what we're projecting here. And I think we're trying to be physically conservative and responsible at the same time to care for, as far as you guys and what you provide to us as far as emergency services, along with streets and those other things. So I'd like to still be able to make this thing balance out, give you what you need because you're protecting us. So.
Okay. Brad?
May I make a comment? So one of the concerns, and we have discussed as command staff at the police department, the work that the directors as a group put in, as I stated earlier, was fantastic. the police department has cost other divisions in this city repeatedly. And we understand that. We're a primary focus for this body. It's one of your primary responsibilities. My word of caution to you, both as a member of the staff of this city and as a citizen of this town, don't negate the good work that was done. Don't take $190,000 from some of these folks who also desperately need it. We have an opportunity to take an additional increase and not cost other members of this city, and still lower taxes. 2% is not an increase in taxes, it's an increase in the budget. 3% is an increase in the budget. Still lowers taxes. I'm not pushing you hard to take the 3%. What I'm saying is consider taking at least a portion of that 3% so that we don't penalize these folks who are also working, shorthanded, under constraints, and they've been doing it for more than a decade. We've been doing it for a decade, they've been doing it longer than a decade because PD does get a lot of those resources, police and fire do. And I think because the teamwork that was done this year, our word of caution is don't sell that short. Don't take from others who desperately need it as well. So that's just my comment.
To the taxpayer, and I totally understand. And if we could sell that property, the perception is what the taxpayer, we're saying 2%, and then all of a sudden tomorrow's paper, we're at, 3%. And
I think the message, though, and that's where we need to be clear, we're talking about 2 cents a day.
oh yeah, and that's what has to be.
We're talking, it is so low to get
I
the
agree.
officers that we need, and we need our citizens. We've pulled them 2 years in a row, and both years, they said public safety and streets is number one. If you look at the percentage of the overall budget that is going to streets and public safety, it's huge. It is the majority of the budget. The challenge we do, and Brad, I appreciate your comments. The challenge that we face is we have a city to run. We've got a lot of other work that we have to do, and our citizens do expect a level of service for the work that has to be done. And so that's, I feel like we came in with a budget, especially this year while we've got new construction, we have the opportunity to get caught a little bit. We need to get to a base that's a sustainable base. So, and I fully agree on the taxes. That's the hardest thing about living sometimes in the city is the cost of living in the city because of the city's taxes, but you have to pay for the services. So,
Mayor Kling, if I could, in this whole process of when we first got these binders of information of the budget, one thing I did is I met with every director, and almost every director because Tom Point wasn't here, but I also was met with the mayor and Doug and spent hours with them. And then I went down and started cutting some of the things that non-essential employees that I think we could give into the police department. But then again, when you talk to the directors, those positions have already been I mean, they're working 3 or 4 other jobs. So it does take from the others. And then what I did was I went to community members and showed them the budget and talked with them about the budget. In fact, Hubert was one of them. And I said, the police department issue. And I think almost all of them said, for the amount of money that you're going to have to pay is $24.45. It's okay for the whole year that they wanted in law enforcement. And I'm not going to talk for it today, Hubert, but I think I met with about 10 to 12 people, and they all said the same thing. This is why I'm saying we can't figure out that we need to figure out a way to fund this, and this is the only way I know how to do it. I don't believe the 2% that we came up under is suitable for our city. Instead of last year we had 2.75, now we're down to 2. That's backwards. The city's going to have to come up with 3 next year to make up the differences that we have now. And that does make no business sense to me. So I believe I made an error in agreeing 2%. I think we should have come a lot higher, maybe at 2.75. This 2% is not sustainable. So I think our city is going to get hurt from it. So anyway, that's my position, and I still feel that we're just counting pennies here. It's for the safety of our families and community. That's my stand.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm really pleased with the conversation I'm hearing from my fellow councilmen today, because there are so many times in the last couple of years when we've had all of this development request coming before us that I feel like I've been a broken record reiterating the fact that there is a trickle-down effect. Every time we are approving, no matter what size the development is, it is affecting our public safety and our ability to keep our town safe, whether it is our police department or our fire department. And it has come to the point where I don't see that it's sustainable within the next few years if we don't do something and do something now. I think about that trickle-down effect. Not only does it affect our quality of life, but it affects businesses. Why would businesses want to come here when our police cannot answer calls, when people are shoplifting or what are vandalizing, or something even larger as far as burglaries? And then we have our public. Why would the residents want to come and live in a town or a city that is crime-ridden simply because we're not funding our public services, especially our officers, adequately? And we not only need to fund them adequately, we need to make sure that they have the equipment and the training that they need in order to keep safe, in order to keep us safe, no matter if they're our officers or our firefighters. And so when I think about that, I cannot tell you how just thrilled I feel about this conversation right now. The other thing is, I want to be fiscally conservative because I understand that what we vote on up here, it's affecting our pocketbooks and it's affecting our citizens who we have been elected to represent, and our voice has to reflect them as well as their pocketbooks. I'm thinking about the perception. You know, when it was put in the paper about a 6% increase, there's a perception, and that wasn't broken down and represented adequately. And so I really appreciate that we have to make sure that we're coming across and helping our citizens to understand the benefit of what we're doing long-term to them, what the actual day-to-day cost is of it. Now, 64 cents per day might not sound like a big deal to a lot of people. People like myself, that sounds like a big deal. But when I look at that overall picture, I want to be in a safe community. So with that said, if I might ask you a few questions, Chief, and I know this might sound a little bit redundant, but I'm doing it on purpose.
And Sandy, I'd like to pause. It's 68 cents a month.
A month, excuse me.
A month. Thank you.
And I
Go
had
ahead.
that written up there. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the correction. I meant 2 cents per day, 68 cents per month. Excuse me. Thank you. So let's go back to the impact fee over 10 years. What is that going to get the police department? What is that going to do for the police department with the impact fees that have been raised over the next 10 years? Could you just kind of go through that again?
Well, there's several different options out there. So if, with new positions, then we can start, offsetting.
New positions specifically.
Okay, well, we can't, buy the personnel with that, but we can buy the equipment. Somebody was talking earlier about the vehicles and stuff. So I believe it's one vehicle for every 2 officers that we can fund out of that. So that would take a little bit off of, the revenue there that he has. These are new positions coming in. We've got some long-term plans, 7 to 9 years out, if the city continues to grow, about putting another police department with some of the impact fees for response times and such. Substations don't work the way the city's made up, so we're going away from that. We have the Family Justice Center, and then our police department. And again, down the road, strategically planning another smaller police department where people would just be based out of, and that would be the majority of the fees that we would take over the next 10 years would go towards that building and for the equipment for new positions.
Okay, thank you. I ask because I know certain people are listening and they were talking about it this morning, and so I said I'd ask it on for their behalf. Then speaking specifically, if we were to go to the 9 officers, which I definitely see the benefit of that, and I also respect your foresight in seeing that you possibly could not find 9 officers or the quality that we want for the Nampa Police Department by October, and putting some of that into April. Is that sustainable if our economy goes down?
Is the 9 positions sustainable? I would have to say yes, because again, we went through the recession back, at the turn of the century here, and we never had to lay anybody off. Now, what we did do, and it's kind of put us in the position we are today, is through retirements or people moving on to other jobs, we just didn't backfill those positions. When I took over as chief about 3.5 years ago now, we were allotted 119 positions, but we only had 111 people, police officers working down there, and I think that's what Councilman Skog was talking about. It was just a different philosophy. They had that little cushion, I guess, of extra money that that's not my belief, and that's not the way I run it. Within 6 months, we were fully staffed back up to our 119 that we were allotted. That's not fair to the citizens. It's not fair to the police officers. It's not fair to the council. If you're allotting, let's say 132 positions, we're going to have 132 positions. We try to, forecast it. So we have a couple retirements coming up in January, and quite frankly, we're already testing for those positions. So it takes about 10 months from the time that you start a background on somebody to the time, if they successfully complete the program, till you actually see that position out on the road responding to calls with the training and the academies and the background process and all that. Yeah, I think yes, I think it is sustainable. We do have, I would say, a decent amount of retirements coming up over the next couple of years. Hopefully the economy stays strong, but if it didn't, I mean, there's ways to, make that, make it so we don't have to lay people off, I guess, depending on how bad it would get, but.
Okay. So my last question is, if we were to give you the 9 officers in this next forthcoming budget, and I don't like to work in speculations and projections, and that's why I really struggle with budget season, is how do you see in your experiences that this will affect negotiations next year because they have additional officers?
That's kind of a loaded question. I'm not sure on that one. I think, I'm not a union guy, but I would say, it shows a good faith effort. I believe the relationships, at least from my perspective, with our union and our city administration and our police administration are stronger than I've ever seen them. I think that, everybody knows, we've said we need more police, we need more police. We gave the 5-year hiring plan. This gets us back on track. I don't think, it doesn't sound like a whole lot, 9 positions, but when you put year 1 and year 2 together, because if we would have followed year's 1 plan, which was 15 officers, this year I believe it was only 7 was requested. So we're really not that far behind. So if we combine the 6 from last year, if we get 9 this year, that's our 15. So we just revamped the 5-year plan. Now with the growth at 2,700 new residents, estimated to come into the city per year, it's pretty easy to, figure that out. Again, this is to achieve the 1.5 police officers per 1,000, but at least I can give you a pretty good roadmap, barring any major financial issues of where we expect to go and what we expect to be asking for over the next 5 years. We have oh, sorry.
Sorry, just to add a little more to that. During the recession, I'm pretty sure that every chief I've worked for in the last 15 years hates me because I was always assigned to work on the negotiation team on one side or the other. The years where we were going backwards on staffing were some of the hardest years to negotiate because the attitude of the association body was, if we got to work harder, then you should have to pay us more. I'm not telling you that by adding officers that it's going to soften them up as far as they're not going to want raises. Everybody wants a raise. But I do know that they desperately want staffing. Staffing is one of their biggest concerns right now. We've done a good job as a city over the last 10 to 15 years to become a very competitive agency when it comes to what we compensate our employees for, so that we don't lose people to the Ada County agencies. It just very rarely happens. We don't want to lose that, but I think at this point they understand the need, and I do think it will have an impact on negotiations. I can't give you I don't have that crystal ball either, but I do think it can have a positive impact on that process.
Well, I do appreciate your voice of experience, Brad. And the other thing, or Captain, excuse me, that I wanted to comment is I really appreciated your comments and your plea, so to speak, about us as a council to be careful and cautious as far as looking at taking and shaving dollars off from our other departments. Because one thing that we typically forget, and also our citizens tend to forget, is we are like this one-stop shop municipality, and we need to take care of all of our entities that we are responsible for as well as our assets. So I appreciate that charge.
Councilman LeBlanc, could I add one comment? You were asking about what the recession of an impact, or the impact of a recession is in terms of ongoing funding. If we go into a recession where it's relatively mild and property values aren't impacted, we'd still be able to sustain the officers we've hired. it might limit future growth, but would just be able to sustain and pay for the officers that we have hired. If we go into a very aggressive recession where property values go down, that's a different story, and then we'd have to address that then. But just going into a recession where things kind of moderate and you go into slow growth, would be able to, after we hire the 9, would be able to maintain that funding going forward.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor.
So council, I have a question for you, if you don't mind me asking this. I would like to ask you if you would entertain approving the police budget with the $380,000 that we have suggested go to police, which is within the 2%, not address the extra 1% right now, but just get past their budget right now, that we've approved their budget and the allocation of $380,000 to the police budget, which keeps us within our 2%.
I would make that motion, as long as there's the understanding. I mean, we can always add more, allocate more for it, but I'm only going to support that amount because that gets them up to 128. My other thought was if we can find more value someplace else by creative reasoning, we might be able to add 2 to 4 others. But right now, I was comfortable coming in with a 380 going towards that. And I would state to this council body, not to be a wet rag on the process, but what I'm hearing in the construction industry is that we are approaching another bubble, and it's going to break. And what we're looking at is a good opportunity right now because we're seeing growth. It's not sustainable. Something will happen, and it could be as soon as the presidential election coming up next year. So we need to be smart in the people we bring in. I don't like training someone to lose them because they come family, especially in a community like ours. So when we hire, I think we need to have a glide path of knowing that we're going to be able to sustain the people and support them in the future. But we need to be realistic too in what we can expect in the years to come. So I would make the motion as you stated that we approve this budget with the additional $380,000 as presented in the finance department's presentation, that we leverage that 380 to create 4 new positions. So that would be a total of 5 officers, 2 support staff, so that would be 7 total.
I'll second the motion.
And I'll step in on discussion. The only reason I've suggested this is that we know that it's approved. We're moving forward. As we move later, we can talk about the extra percent and where we want to go, but at least it gets this one piece done and allows us to move on. It's not with the intent to leave the other issue undone. It's knowing that we will address the other issue as we get through the budget process.
Very good.
So that's my intent in that recommendation.
Since the motion's been made and seconded then, Mayor, what we're looking at, just to be clear, is about $380,000 would cover 4 new positions, correct? Doug?
Yes. Yes.
Or 190 would get them to 130 at 2. So if we can figure out, where that could be arrived at.
But it's different if you hire in April than October.
Well, that's true.
Timing impacts it, yes.
So this budget presentation is to hire in October, and it is to give them the full $380,000 to hire those officers now, to get in the process now, and they begin in October. So that's what that 300, it's just confirming that the 380,000 that we've recommended get allocated towards police, it is within our 2% budget. It's not above at all. That we move forward and just approve this budget as presented with the 380 allocation that keeps us within 2. And then we could talk later.
Clarification.
So,
So in this proposal, in your motion, Randy, you're excluding the 5 other officers in April. Is that correct?
It has nothing to do with the hiring in April. This gives them
That's
what
I'm
they.
saying. That's what I'm saying.
They asked for 1 officer and 2 support. The additional 380 gives them 4 additional officers, so it's a total of 5 officers plus the 2 support. So it's 7 total full-time employees going to the police department.
I see. Okay.
We'll come back to the 4.
Okay, I just want to clarify, that's all.
Yeah.
All right.
Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
And Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay, so it is 12 noon, and we could pause right now for a brief lunch break. What would the will of the council be? Do you want to do one more? Lunch is here?
Is the food here?
It is.
How long is the next presentations realistically?
Who is it?
Bobby?
Bobby.
It's HR. Bobby, are you going to take a full 30?
Mayor, no, it's probably about 5 minutes and then subject to questions.
Okay, I would propose we let Bobby come up.
Okay, are we in agreement on that?
Yeah, he's underestimated the 5 minutes.
Okay. Two are,
Longer than 5.
We do lunch. We've oh, never mind.
and to our police department, Chief Huff and Brad and Kurt, thank you. Thank you for your work. Please tell your team we appreciate them and the work that's being done. Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Well, good morning, almost afternoon to the mayor and members of the council. So privilege and honor to just present to you the highlights for FY 2020 in your packets. I'll give you just a quick moment to refer to, I'm going to refer to two pieces. One, the narrative or that one-page summary, and then page 2 is kind of the bottom line with the 2020 budget. The focus that you see listed on the slide is to invest in the development and growth of our people and to create and establish programs that will build a culture of excellence here across our municipal team. To get there, we're asking for your support in primarily 2 areas of investment. Both of these are tied to, or one's tied to a new position that we're going to ask for in October 1st, FY 2020. And the other is just some salary adjustments that will help us to recruit and retain the best on our HR team, soon to be workforce development team when we complete the transition. Let me just take a moment, though, to explain to you why that matters, why this is important. When you look at that SWOT analysis that's on that sheet that I provided to you, there's a long list of strengths and opportunities. Our approach moving forward is to leverage our strengths to maximize our opportunities. The first bullet there actually is not listed, but we've talked about it today in previous discussions or presentations, and that was the wage analysis study and how we would play a critical role in that. We're beginning that work now with the Department of Labor at minimal cost to the city. The cost primarily to be measured just in our time and not in financial terms, because we just have a great relationship with the Department of Labor. I'll give you an opportunity to read the rest of those opportunities that lay before us, but those are major initiatives that I look forward to at another time to come and update you in detail on our progress in those. But all those together will help us to collectively achieve, I believe, the vision of our city, which is a safe and healthy environment where the people prosper. That begins here at our level, each member of our team, individually and collectively. That's my presentation, subject to your questions and comments.
Mayor Kling. Bobby, the positions that are listed, there's only one new position being requested? Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you, Councilman, or Mayor and Councilman Hammerfield. That's correct. At the bottom of that sheet that I provided, you see this term, kind of this bumper sticker that says ideal state. And we're already looking ahead at 2020 for positions that's called training and development, or 2021, excuse me. But we're really going to look for ways on how we can get that into our municipal team sooner rather than later, so we can have so we can posture our team for greater success now and more significant impacts now. I'll go into that in detail if you would like, but for right now, the ask for 2020 is only one new position.
And that, my follow-up question is, and again, I don't know how to properly phrase it, but on Facebook, I noticed that an individual had indicated that she had been hired into the HR department. So is that a different position that she's fulfilling, or is that the position that?
It's a replacement. It's a replacement position. That's a position that was an open position that is being filled,
That would have been
not the
proper
new
way
position.
to state the question, as if it was
don't
an open
believe.
position that she's filling, and she's a great addition, obviously, to the city. So I just wanted to make sure we're not talking about her for this administrative.
It depends on which position, which person it is, because we have a temp employee, and there was a temp position. That position is being moved to a full-time position, and that's why you're seeing it, but it was actually currently budgeted as a temp position. And then we have another employee that is replacing an open position that has been recently hired. So I'm not sure which person it is that you're referring
Am
to.
I allowed to say?
Probably,
Yeah, I
because,
think so. Go
I
ahead,
would just say the
Councilman,
person, and then we can clarify it.
Jamie Chapman.
Yeah, that's an existing position.
Okay.
Yeah, that was open.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Yep.
Thanks.
Regarding the new administrative coordinator, we did an assessment a little over a year ago, with Deborah Curry. And the one thing she brought up at the time was that we did not have adequate staffing in HR. And that's the one thing we've realized. We've had to staff with a temp position, but in the addition of this administrative coordinator position, when you look at the size staff we have, we are needing to have an administrative coordinator position.
Thank you, Mayor.
So, Mayor Kling, so the risk assessment position that was, I think you were involved with when you were in the mayor's office, are you taking on still risk assessment?
No.
Who is doing that?
That is, Chief of Staff is continuing the risk
continuing on?
management. It's still continuing on. Bobby is moving as workforce coordinator. That position was an already funded position, but it was under the old organizational structure.
That's why we changed everything around. So I just wanted to make sure that there still is someone tasked with that, so.
And if I may, since it's relevant, I believe, to your question, when we think about new approaches, one of the new approaches the city is taking with regard to risk management is they're forming this risk management committee, of which I'll be a sitting member. The chief of staff will be a sitting member. And it's to approach the risk management process in a more collaborative, shared governance manner, which we believe will be the most effective and efficient way to move the needle across all the departments and change the culture.
Are there any other questions at this time? Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the budget request from HR as presented.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Everfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
You were right, Bobby. That was quick. Bobby, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your service. It's appreciated. Thank you. And your team.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, members of the council, for your support and your service to this community.
You're welcome.
So at this time, we are going to let's reconvene. Can we reconvene right at 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
Does that work? Okay, so we're going to reconvene, and fire will be on at 1 p.m.
Convene at 12:30, the way we eat.
Well, shall we say 1? Does that work? Or do you want to be
one-
shorter?
1 o'clock.
1?
We'll target.
Okay, so if anybody has work they need to get done, so we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
So how did that come out with 7?
Well, right. When they came.
Three positions in the current budget.
Right.
They were this vendor.
This says human resources.
We
like I
messed
say,
up.
we-
It's
they're
workforce development. It's not human, that was a
Our
mess up
favorite.
that I didn't
Take
catch.
those
It is
three
workforce
You need to help me come up with
Thank
380,000.
you. I, you know what, it was just last year.
I've already passed it.
I hope we're not.
So this is above and beyond.
Me too.
As long as we know.
I don't care what Victor says.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're just pushing it.